Hey guys.
Hello.
I was too busy mocking Aaron in my ear. He does the same countdown every year. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm not with John. I have to actually talk.
Yeah, I could have just taken
Yeah, you
off.
could have just taken
Yeah.
it. We've got Muddy Day today, and we kind of called it, didn't we, J-Mac?
Yeah, well, we tried not to jinx yesterday with the R word, but pretty much the whole Midwest and
What are you going to do?
further. But yeah, we're off the turf, muddy track, and still a little breezy out there a little bit with some slight rain, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty chilly.
Pretty much caught it the whole way driving up here today for 2 hours.
Yep, it's definitely not nice outside. Muddy. We're off the turf. We didn't really get a lot of scratches, though.
That's what I was going to say. For being off the turf and the weather not cooperating as it's been much of the time here, but we do have a great 10-race card. The first 9 for the thoroughbreds, the 10th race, a quarter horse dash for the cash. But like Rachel said, not a lot of scratches, and especially those 2 handicaps were not on the turf anyway. But race 8 and 9 are some featured races: the Strong Tide and the Fireball Baby.
Yep, I'm really excited. Phil Bauer and Richard Brigney are actually going to come. Yep, I got him a table on the glass, so they're going to be here. She was such a special horse, and I know he was to his daughters, his twin daughters. So super excited to see them today, and obviously Strong Tide, a big name. Those 2 are special to me because they made me look really good a couple of times. And he won it at Churchill the first year I did the Kentucky Derby, and I gave it to a bunch of guys, and I made big tips off that pick because I was the handicap. Yeah, they were like, the Indiana, where's they gonna run here? And then he ended up winning at like 11-1. So thanks. And Mike was acting all squirrely when I saw him down on the first floor, so I was like, he's gonna win. I can tell. But yeah, so a couple of nice handicaps named after some nice horses. The weather not so nice, but let's see what the professionals have to say about it. Chris.
This is a WRTV update.
Not much movement on the thermometer here over the next couple of hours. Readings hold in the mid to upper 40s, right at about 48. Big reason why is the rainmaker nearby. Some on and off showers, some peaks of sunshine possible, but we're going to stay a little wet through the afternoon and evening hours. If you're back tomorrow, rain's up front for Thursday's forecast. Will gradually clear through the second half of the day. Highs a touch warmer in the mid 50s and a little breezy today and tomorrow. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, we're
Pretty
gonna
much what we said.
Yeah, and you know what? We Chris, you're irrelevant. No, I'm just kidding. Does a great job, but yeah, we have that hurricane, Melissa, and it was last year there was a big hurricane, and that's when we got a big monsoon. So it's kind of remnants all over the place. Coming from over there, and hearts out, and hope everything goes okay in Jamaica.
Yeah,
but
didn't look good.
It doesn't look good, but we're gonna take our little bit of rain and let's go over some stuff you need to know for today's card. We're gonna have Racing Rachel's Warriors. I didn't put that on the schedule, so I want to get that out of the way. You can win big money in my contest, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, you can. Is this the last?
No, is it?
I don't know.
It's 26 of 27. Yeah.
So week 26 of 27.
So this is your last chance to play because the final is only for
who have qualified, right?
Yes, sir. The people who are the top handicappers each week. Head on down to the first floor OTB. It is your last chance to qualify for that $2,000 final. You must be on property to play this one. It's the only one really anymore that we do that with. And yeah, so it pays to be here on property with us today. But yesterday, a day for Ramos, I tell you.
Yeah, he had a couple of wins on the program yesterday, and actually he's had a pretty good couple of weeks here. He went in a little lull there where wasn't winning as much, but here as of late, he's been doing very well. Had 2 wins on the card yesterday, and had a really good one for Tony Granitz, I think.
Yep, he did.
An Indiana bred that we were all kind of high on. He was ran in behind that Mr. T, who won our
$40
handicap,
horse
right?
or something too. I mean, he had just 2
He
triples.
won one for Klopp.
He won one for Klopp.
Yep.
And he had 2 triples back to back, 11 wins in 6 racing programs.
Yeah, Sleepy won on Sleepy. That was Sleepy's
and
third.
Sleepy,
It took me a minute to get there, but I got there.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's riding very well, and with those 2 wins, he's inched closer to Fernando de la Cruz in the rider standings.
Yeah, and I think maybe somebody sat him down, probably Bugsy, and said, "Look, you could pass him again. You've done it before." Yeah. And that boy.
He did it one time here. I think he was 6 or 5 going into the last day, right?
Yep, he was. He was like the last 2 days. He beat Marcelino by one win. That was my nightmare year. When that crap happens, it stresses me out, dude. But yeah, look at those numbers. He's getting close.
Yeah, he's just 16 wins back. Anything could happen here as we head into not 10 days of racing left, I think, at the meet. But Fernando with 105, Ramos with 89. Marcelino's been heating up as of late with 68. Burgos, a two-time champion, with 60. And then Mitchell Merle in his first season has 50. And Randy Klopp added a couple more wins this week to his tally.
He did. So 58 to 47 with John Horan, and right behind him, Gennaro Garcia. Will be interesting to see how that ends up. So yeah, very, very nice. Contentious has it been since we've switched to Monday through Thursday, because we get the Kentucky jocks coming in, and it's definitely been very interesting to see. So those are the names that you need to look at while you're handicapping today.
Yeah, that bodes well for them guys having such a big meet like that with them guys coming in as they do every year. And next year, it might be much of the same looking at the racing dates. The racing dates are out for next year, and those guys should come. And we're approved. We got approved just a couple of days ago. We're going to run, April 7th through November 13th. And Indiana Derby is going to be Saturday, July 11th.
Yeah, very excited for 2026. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna be excited for a little bit of a break.
Till about Christmas.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. We're about through Christmas, New Year's, and then I'm like, okay, where's Tiana? Where's Michelle? Where's everybody at? Get them back over here. So yeah, it's we do train all winter though, keep the track open, so everybody will be around a little bit, but it's definitely a nice little break from a very, very long meet straight through April through November is a grind. But Evan got one yesterday.
Yeah, it's now sitting at 991. Evan Roman, she's speaking of the Eclipse Award-winning apprentice of 2016 and multiple leading rider in Southern California, be shifting his tack out here. So he's one win closer, but Larry Ravelli's still sitting one win away from his milestone.
Yep, and he has one at Churchill today, and he puts them in sometimes, so I'm just going to keep an eye on him so I don't get surprised. Also, not a surprise yesterday, Brian with both Pick 5 tickets.
Yep, just pretty much picked the entire card.
Yep, he did. Congratulations to him. Get his tip sheet. It is for free on X. We have it downstairs at the first floor. He will be here next week to call the races, and then J-Mac will be back for closing week. Also, some nice names in the Hall of Fame this year. I can't wait. That's on Monday. I'm going to host. I host the Hall of Fame every year. Last year was tough because we put Brian in there. Mm-hmm. He made me cry. Me and Emily started crying. Oh. And Brian goes, my two weeping blondes. And I go, can we not name a horse my two weeping blondes? Because that was hilarious. But yeah, this year some cool people, very important to Indiana racing.
Yeah, speaking of Brian Elmore, long-time racing executive here and Hoosier Park, also Ellis Park, several other tracks throughout the country, and then was a member, actually our executive director of the Indiana HBBA for a while. He got inducted. This year's the 12th annual Hall of Fame induction is Monday the 3rd, and we have 3 people going in this year.
Yep, Bob Cherry, Rick Moore, and longtime standardbred owner Gary Wilcox. Congratulations to
Rick
them.
Moore's
Can't wait for
one
that.
I'm not going to jinx you, but little tear there.
Little tear there for Rick Moore?
Yes.
Yes. That man,
he meant a lot to both of our careers, I think.
He did, and I said it when we get his race. I literally would not be here without him because he gave me a personal loan for absolutely no collateral when I was like 23. So the man's great, but he's a little crazy. So no, but it all ended up great, and yeah, he's a wonderful, very close to my heart. And Bob Cherry's, I'm so excited he's back. He's with the commission now. Yep. He's a wonderful man. Known him forever.
Former
great
state
for
rep.
this. Yep, state rep. Great name in Indiana. So was talking to him Saturday. He was like, I'm back with you. And I was like, yeah, I'm excited. We also have Veterans Day coming up. So the Hall of Fame's Monday, and then Veterans Day Tuesday. We're going to try to raise some money, right, J-Mac?
Yep, trying to cram a lot of things in here to the rest of the meet, but Veterans Day, always a special day near and dear to our hearts here at the track. And we try to do our best to serve and help those who served and protected us. The Veterans Day program will be dedicated to those who did just that, and we'll have nationally known handicappers here place mythical, well, not really mythical, actual $250 wagers furnished by the track and into the late pick 5, and all proceeds are earmarked to the HVAF. That's the Hoosier Veterans and Families here in Indianapolis, a wonderful organization we help every year. And then also that day you can play in the Veterans Day contest courtesy of the Indiana HBPA.
Yeah, thanks to them for sweetening up our big day handicapping contest. I think it really drives players and love to see it. thanks to everyone, all of my superstars that are going to play in this veterans. Well, mainly Eric's. I got Andy B and Cone though, so I feel like I pulled a lot of weight there.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely
Nice
the day.
flex.
Yeah, thanks. What can I say? She loves me. Yeah, so just a wonderful day. Please join us for that. And then closing day. I mean, that week is super stacked. So it's going to be fun. Let's talk really quickly before we send it to Brian to give you out another winning Pick 5 ticket. Let's talk about the 8th and 9th race. We do have, as we alluded to earlier in the show, some nice names named after. Strong Tide we're going to start with in race 8.
Also, real quick, prior to talking about race 8, if you got some programs here on
yes.
track, there may be some running lines missing in the 5th race. We have those sheets available for you here at the program stand. And the race we're going to talk about, the 8th race, is affected in that. But that's only for those of you here on track. You can pick these up at the program stand.
Yeah, I've gotten texts from Eric 2 days in a row, and I'm like, what is going on? But yeah, it's on Brisnet. It's everywhere else. Don't worry about it. But yeah, if you're here, just go ahead and be sure to grab your extra paper because there's no running lines on there. The 8th race, though, I just thought both of them came up great, and there's enough form here that I think you could even try to find some that like an off-going. I like the 1, though. I think that this horse is going to run big today. Goldwyn is going to be my top pick. Who do you like in this race?
I'm using that horse. That is part of the Itoba pick 4 that I
Yep.
was looking at earlier. I'm going to talk about. I like the 1 as well. Obvious horse to use in there is number 5, CJ Storm, but I'm going to add a couple horses in there that I think, well, Runaway Rojo is an obvious use for much, but the
Yeah.
one I'm going to add that I
That's
think
who I have in
probably
second.
should point out, and because, like you spoke of, on the off-going is number 10, Kingsbury Road. This one's 10-1 on the morning line. Is going to get some pace to chase, and is going to get that off-track you like so well. 2 of his 5 lifetime wins have come on a wet surface.
Yeah, and 3 of 4 anytime he's ran off on and off track, he's put in a good effort. So yeah, definitely. I went back and forth, and I was like, I don't know. I really like Runaway Rojo, and obviously CJ Storm was a big surprise at 27-1 in the Too Much Coffee, and hopefully he can run back to that form. Then we're gonna go to.
You know, if Goldwyn gets loose on the lead,
I
and they
know,
don't go
then
challenge him, it's over.
Yeah, because
So.
especially because when it's always speed favoring when it's off, but
When it's
here
wet.
it's insane. So yeah, the 9th race we're gonna go to Fireball Baby. Shout out to Richard and Phil coming today. This one was interesting to me, and I'm gonna go with maybe a little bit of long shot, but I'm gonna go with Beach Dancer because you know this horse has ran. It was a good track, so don't not like slop or mud or anything, but still did have a win on a track with a little bit of wetness in it, and Mitchell and Tim have been hot together, and I think they're going to have a day today.
Yeah, I could see why you use that one in there, especially talking up speed again, especially going at a route distance. I don't think there's really anybody in here that can go challenge her, whether she's good enough to hold off the late charge of the horse that everybody's money is going to be on, the horse that's made, what, $879,000 Corningstone. But I like Corningstone. It's, I try to make a case. In races like this, when you're looking at a pick 5 or pick 4 that's going to have a lot of money in it, you kind of really don't want to single the horse that everybody else is going to single.
Right.
Because then it don't pay unless you really can get some bombs somewhere else. But I just really couldn't find anybody to beat the horse in here. Corningstone, she's very tactical. She can sit close if needs. Last start, we've seen she came off the pace with Joe Bielmer and put in a furious run in that Piede Bianchi race.
Yeah, and I like the Brisnet speed figures, and 86 on the mud at a mile in a stake in December. So, yeah, I do love her, but I did try to beat her in this race.
Oh, baby, that's how you get paid.
That's how you get paid. And honestly, I think she's a good favorite, but I think that today with the way that the track's been playing all meet, she might be vulnerable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just 29 minutes to the first race. That will do it for Jimmy Mack and myself. Be sure to follow us on social media and definitely go to our YouTube and hit that follow button. What do they say on the YouTube?
You smash the like
Smash
button.
the like
I have a
button.
5-year-old, I know it.
Oh yeah, me too. Got
Absolutely,
3-year-old.
It's a wonderful page to subscribe to and smash to, because you can stay on track with all the updates and promotions. You can get replays, you can get live camera action. A lot of upside here.
I was shocked this morning when I looked at the camera, like 9 a.m. I didn't see a horse going by. When's the break? It's 8:30.
8 to 8:30.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that was weird. Anyway, very nice card today with a couple of handicaps to end the day, and then Martha, we got quarters for you too.
10th and
we got
final.
a little bit of everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Due off near the 7 o'clock hour.
You have a nice drive home. Are you excited about that?
Yeah.
29 minutes to post. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to send it to B after getting
Pick
2
5.
pick 5s yesterday, both the pick 5s. He's going to give you another one here coming up after the break. Good luck.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
The state's only thoroughbred and quarter horse racing is going on now at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Feel the thunder Monday through Thursday at 2:10 p.m. Plus, enjoy racing on select Saturdays throughout the summer. Reserve a seat in the clubhouse by calling 317-421-0000 or find a spot under the new outdoor awning. It's all happening at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Always free parking and free general admission. More details at HS Indy Racing.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to your Hump Day Block B version of Wire to Wire here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a chilly day down in Shelbyville, Indiana. Some overcast skies, but muddy racetrack. We'll see if it will dry out. There's just rain kind of all over the Midwest at this time of year. So we are off the turf on this all-main track card. Let's take a look at these first 5 races. We'll put together a pick 5 ticket. You can choose whether you want to play it or maybe just listen to how I viewed the first 5 races, because I won't pull any punches. I'm going to tell you how I saw it, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We kick off the card with a mile and a 16th race, 3-year-old and upwards, all looking for their first career victory. No scratches, no changes. Scratch nobody out of this race. 7 of them set to go to the gate in here. I'm going to spread out. My strongest opinion in here is that I frankly think both favorites are bad favorites. Contribution, an $850,000 Keeneland sales grad in 2023, debuting on a Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't read between the lines. Debuting on a Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis after spending almost $1 million and gifting the mare. She's winless on producing wins. She's 0 for 4. 2 of them have made it to the racetrack, 0 for 10 in that time. Always wishing Resolute Racing the best, but in here it looks like they overspent on Contribution, who could easily win this race, debuting with our leading rider Fernando de la Cruz for Brad Cox. This is a horse who's put in a place to win and win early with Lasix for the first time. I don't like the handling designation from the last workout, October 21st. That's not something you see very often at workouts, especially at Ellis Park. Mostly they get the breezing unless they're under the crop. So Contribution, 9-5, I'm going to play against in here, and then Start to Win, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Jimmy sending this one in. They haven't sent very many to Cherie DeVoe or to Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, while Cherie has been winning at 21% here at Indy, this is only the first horse that this ownership group has sent to Indy, and I've watched the works, and doesn't appear that there's much grit or determination for that 3-year-old colt. So frankly, we're going to play against your top 2 favorites right away at the card. If we lose, so be it. We'll kick off the pick 5 with an 8-5 or a 2-1, and we'll be moving on to that pick 4, which may present some value as well with that low takeout. So we're going to go 1, 2, 5, and 6. Yes, we're going to use Chalice, who's 0 for 21, but if there's ever a day you've got 2 potentially beatable favorites in here, Chris Landero is going to be aboard. Chalice has run well, ran in the slop last time out, took on Bourbon Society, who came out of that race to run a very nice 81 buyer in defeat. Next time out, Count the Carrots could be any sort in here as Labra sending the stablemate. One of them is going to go to the lead. The other one should sit a great trip. Concrete Cruiser, Cipriano Contreras Gutierrez in here off of a long layoff, but Cipriano wins at 14% off layoff, similar to this one. And that number goes up to 17% when he owns the horse as well. So make what you want of that. Love and Lights could be any sort in here. Michelle Elliott took this one over for a new ownership group to her from Kenny McPeak. Couldn't crack the Kenny McPeak stable, so comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis. I think makes a lot of sense with the blinkers on. But the primary take out of this race is you potentially have two very beatable favorites in the opener here on Wednesday. And now that I say that and I put it out loud into the universe, I strongly encourage you to probably just use the two favorites. It's probably all you need. All that bashing, per se, of Resolute Racing and spending $850,000, I likely just put them right into the winner's circle at very easy asking, because play against Brad Cox and Fernando de la Cruz at your own peril. Race number 2, $1 pick 4 begins in here. Scratch numbers 4 and 7. 15% takeout, one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Take advantage of it while you can. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. 5 of them set to go to the gate over the muddy main track. 1, 3, 5, and 6. Closer to the Truth is a horse that I think needs 5 furlongs, or excuse me, is very quick, and has shown an ability to win in the slop with 3 wins as well. Jose Caceres takes over from Jose Camayo. Sammy Bermudez going to be aboard in here. Closer to the Truth is a sneaky horse to use. Has been a bad gate actor the last 2 starts, both September 5th and September 17th. On September 5th, they lost to Night Kiss, who just won, I believe, the 5th race in a row at 1-5, and kicked off a carryover pick 5 here at Horseshoe Indian. Despite that 1-5 win, still paid over $32,000. So Closer to the Truth ran against a complete monster there, and then last time out acted up in the gate, was backed out, allowed to reload, and was running on very well in the lane despite using a lot of energy in the starting gate. If that 5-year-old mare can just keep her mind on business in the gate, I think she'll be in with a big shot. A couple of others you might want to take a look at are the 3 Goshen. This horse could easily win. This could be a single on many tickets. If I'm playing 2 tickets, maybe you consider singling a horse like Goshen. I just really was concerned last time out. I know it was the first time at Horseshoe Indian sometime, but hasn't won in 2 years. This 5-year-old mare is winless over the last 2 years, 0 for 12 in that time, and she just appeared like a horse who doesn't want to win. She had a dream trip under Joe Ramos last time out. She sat just off the front runners. She got down to the inside on a day where the inside was very good, and she had every chance to push past. She just couldn't ever go by Wampus Kitten. They were in kind of a blanket finish, 3 across the track, 5 lengths clear from the rest of the field. That was a concern for me. The numbers fit. This horse is probably the horse to beat, but for me, not the horse to bet. I'm just concerned that Goshen does not want to win. 1, 3, 5, and 6 in race number 2 as we're going to spread it out to kick off that pick 4. Race number 3, our first off-turf event, scheduled to be 5 furlongs on the turf, now 5 furlongs on the main. With the off-turf, no scratches, no changes. Everyone's going to stick it out for a $36,000 purse in here. Many people are going to love Air Up There, and I don't blame you. Main track only. Tim Eggleston for 514 Racing. I believe 514 Racing might be running their entire stable today, trying to pick up some paychecks heading into Thanksgiving and Christmas. But Yolola calling the shots, Tim Eggleston. That's the horse to beat. But the horse that is going to be overlooked in here is going to be Jordan's Deal. This is a horse that went off at 1-5, and I don't very often back 1-5 horses that ran terribly last time out. Has developed a tendency to hop at the starting gate, rear up at the starting gate. But going back to that 5 furlong sloppy race, if they run back to that race, they likely win in here. The 10 and the 11 are going to assure that there's a hot pace up front. I think Jordan's Deal, now that they know this 3-year-old filly is willing to take some mud and come from off the pace, the 10 and the 11 are going to go. Air Up There is going to try and wear down the 10 from the outside post. They have to love the way the post draw played out. They've got outside speed with one horse, Jordan's Deal. Likely going to hop in the air again. Likely going to miss the start and be well behind. I know it was a maiden 12-5 when she ran her best race of her career, but it was visually impressive. Last time out, even though she got dummied at 1-5 and was never really a participant, and there was a bridge jumper, RIP, this horse can be a playback in here. Has some numbers that would certainly win at the maiden special weight level, and I think Jordan's Deal presents a ton of upside in here. We're going to go light in this spot, try and beat the 10 horse, who's potentially the biggest threat to 514, getting some Thanksgiving money. Race number 4 does not kick off that late Fire 5. We've actually got 9 thoroughbred races today, so race number 5 kicks off today's late Fire 5. 6 furlongs the distance. 9 of them will go to the gate. Again, no scratches or changes. 3-year-old fillies all looking for their first career victory in here in race number 4. This is going to be the single. 0 for 13. Today's the lucky day for Bob Gorham and Bozano. I just think it's the best horse. This is a horse who ran on Stakes Day October 1st. Lost to TV Victory, who has since not done much, but does have some races in the slop that certainly make sense. Bozano, if today's the day, you might be receiving the pink slip here shortly heading into the winter months, because Bazzano looks like the horse to beat in this spot, has been the horse to beat in the past, has gone off favored in a couple of her races, or excuse me, his races as well. And if Bazzano does not win, the tricky thing about singling here is that you'd have to go very deep. In fact, I'd be about 6 or 7 deep if I was not to single Bazzano. So am I overly confident? Is this the hammer time of the day? It is not. However, looks like the most likely winner in this pick 5 sequence, in my opinion. If you're not going to single on the front end, like I'm not playing against the 4 and the 7 in the first race, I will single Bazzano, and hopefully those 13 defeats are all forgiven today as they go 1 for 1 on October 29th. Race number 5, another off-turf event, 1 mile and 70 yards in here. Quite a few scratches to go over in race number 5. We've got pretty much your middle of the pack runners. 4 through 10 remain in this spot. 4 through 10. I've narrowed it down to a couple. Going to use quite a few, maybe more than I likely should have, but going in a 2-horse field, only using 2 in race number 3 allows me to use plenty and spread out in here. Fawn Leibowitz ran on very well last time out and stayed on admirably for Ray Paquette. Cam's Rockin' Gold could be any sort in here. Cheyenne Moon for Lon Wiggins. He is 2 for 9 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but he hasn't won since Dulcimore Dame back in 2021. My first year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis was the last time Lon Wiggins won here locally. So Cheyenne Moon looking to get him back to the winner's circle, and then Shannon McGovern and Fascinator for Russell McGovern. This combination, both rider, trainer, owner, they've done very well at the claiming game and spotting their horses nicely. Primarily a turf animal with 5 second-place finishes, but certainly ran the best last race in a sloppy racetrack August 12th, in which they put up a 50 buyer. It was downpouring throughout the card. They broke sharp. I love that this horse, even in my notes, had the ears straight up, appeared happy, despite dueling, stayed on for a second-place finish behind Don't Look Back. Didn't have much fight in the lane, but the ears were up. The horse appeared happy, so I don't think there's going to be any issues with being back on the dirt in there. And that August 12th was a 3-horse field, so it's a sneaky race in which they got a decent buyer, but Don't Look Back is a decent horse for Cipriano Contreras, who actually exited that race to run earlier this week in an allowance race off of a lengthy layoff as well for Cipriano Contreras. So a lot to go over in these first 5 races, and the race number 5 kicks off that late fire 5 as well. We had a pick 5 pay over $30,000 earlier this week. We've had pick 4s pay over $10,000. There's certainly plenty of ways to make money here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, regardless of being off the turf. It need not matter. There's not too many scratches or changes. I think you've got a couple of beatable favorites. Jimmy is all set up in the announcer's booth and ready to take you through today's scratches and changes. No Churchill, but have no fear. You've got Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Wednesday at Horseshoe. Good luck.
Thank you, Brian. Race fans, like to welcome you into the track today for this wonderful Wednesday edition of Racing from Horseshoe Indianapolis here in Shelbyville, Indiana. 10 races on the program. The first 9 for the thoroughbreds. The 10th is that 350-yard quarter-horse event, and highlighted by the co-featured 8th and 9th races, the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap, and also the 9th race, the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. Race fans, at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, we'll go over today's late program changes. Race number 1 to start the show. Just a reminder, the main track listed as muddy. We are off the turf. Off the turf, the main track currently muddy. Race number 1 to kick off that pick 5 Brian was talking about on races 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 with that low takeout. We do have a couple of changes, and they are jockey changes. Number 3, Baker Hayfield gets jockey Joe Ramos. Ramos picks up the 3, and then a rider switch on the 4, Start to Win, make the rider Axel Concepcion. Back on number 4, Start to Win. Race number 2 to start the $1 early pick 4. There are a couple of scratches. Due to those scratches, you're reminded there will be no superfecta wagering, offered in race 2, as we will scratch the 4 Miss Jeopardy and number 6 Little Music. Numbers 4 and 7 are out. Takes us down to a field of 5. The superfecta wager has been canceled. And just a reminder that $1 pick 4 starts there in race number 2, that filly and mare sprint. Third race, we are off the turf. The race would be 5/8 on the main. In race number 3, the 2 Captured has a change of jockey to Augustine Gomez. Number 2 Captured will be ridden by Augustine Gomez. Be aware of the 11 Air up there. It was a main track only entry. Has drawn in, is set to go. The 11 is in race number 3. Onward to the 4th of this 10-race card. There is a jockey change in race number 4 on the 6, Yoshida's Impact. Make the rider Kevin Jimenez. Kevin Jimenez on number 6, Yoshida's Impact there in race number 4. Race number 5, race fans, like to remind those of you here on track, this mainly pertains to anyone on track. If you got a program here, we do have a couple of additional pages. There were some running lines in the 5th and 8th race here today, the 5th and 8th races. Running lines omitted. We do have those program PPs there for you at that program stand. Now, in the 5th race, you're reminded it's taken off the turf. It'll be a mile 70. Mile 70 on this muddy main. It does start the late Fire 5, with this being a 10-race card. The final 5 thoroughbred races are 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9. So the 50-cent late Fire 5 starts in the 5th race. And we do have some changes with that off-the-turf event. Number 1, Wreck-It Ruby Scratched. Scratch number 2, Choked. Scratch the 3, Quirky Ride. Scratch all of the also eligibles 11 through 16. So recapping race 5 off the turf, mile 70, muddy main, scratch 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Now, on to the 6th race, race number 6. You're reminded that does start the Itoba Pick 4, the $1 Itoba Pick 4 with that reduced takeout there in race number 6, which we do have a couple of scratches. Also, the Pentafecta offered there in the 6th race. Scratch number 1, Justice on the Rail. 6th race, number 1, Justice on the Rail, scratched. Also take out the 6, Cyber Girl. Number 6, Cyber Girl, scratched from the 6. So 1 and 6 both are out. Race number 7, the 2-year-old maiden race, has been taken off the turf. The distance will now be 1 mile, 70 yards on the main. Again, the turf event off the turf now on the main, and that distance changes to 1 mile, 70. Couple of changes in there, in fact. Number 2, Morale Man, has been scratched. Scratched the 2. Jockey changed on the 3, Stowe, to make it Mitchell Merle. Mitchell Merle, the new jockey for the 3 in race 7. Scratch number 5, Flaming Embers. Number 5, Flaming Embers, has been scratched, as has the 7, Trouble on the Green. Number 7, Trouble on the Green, scratch. Scratch number 9, Tregator. The 9 is scratched as well in race 7. And then scratch the 11, Katam. Katam is out. Be aware the 12, Question Answered, has drawn in, is set to go. The 12 is drawn in, and then take out the 13, El Halsan. So the 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 are out. The rest are in. The distance, 1 mile, 70 there in race number 7. 8th race, the first of our 2 featured handicaps. This is the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. Indiana bred $55,000 guaranteed to go 1 mile 16th on the main. Is for Indiana breds 3 and ups. And in that handicap, we do have a jockey change on the outside, horse number 12, Looking for Glory. Make the rider Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez picks up the 12 there in the 8th. Now the 9th race is the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. That's the filly mare division of this route handicap. We have ownership correction for the 2 Temple Painter. In addition to Speece Stable LLC of Roger Speece and Randy Klopp, we do have Speece Racing LLC of Jacob Speece and Ryan Speece. So Jacob, Ryan, Roger Speece, and Randy Klopp, the owners there of the 2 Temple Painter, that first acquisition for that new barn. On to the 10th race, the Quarter Horse Dash for the Cash. That's a 350-yard 2-year-old allowance event for those 2-year-old winners to go 350 yards on this muddy main. There are no program changes. Well, race fans, those are the changes in their entirety at this time of this 10-race card. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of the program, I will get those to you as they do so. The first 9 for the thoroughbreds, the 10th for the quarter horses, and the first of all of them is in 9 minutes, and it kicks off the early pick 5 on races 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Post time is just in 8 minutes. Good luck and have a great afternoon at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Outrider John Neal leading them out here for the first of 10 this Wednesday afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Race number 1, a maiden 3-year-olds and up special weight event to go a mile and 16th on the muddy main. Again, we are off the turf today. The main track currently muddy. Race number 1 has 7 to go. Win, place, show, exact to try, super. Daily Double starts at pick 3, kicks off that early 50-cent pick 5. Couple of jockey changes in here. Please note the number 3, Baker Mayfield, ridden by Joe Ramos. And number 4, Start to Win, make the rider Axel Concepcion. Race 1 of 10 will be at the gate in just a few minutes. Don't forget to pick 5 right here, coming at you. The maidens approaching the starting gate here for race 1 of 10. The first of 10 for this Wednesday afternoon straight maiden event to go a mile and 16th on this muddy main. Love and Lights. Start 2 here locally, stretching out on the dirt. Mile and 16th here. Berto Burgos up top, Concrete Cruisers in. Up comes Baker Hayfield. Baker Hayfield and Joe Ramos start to win in the West Point Silks and Axel Concepcion coming up 8-5. Start to win, making a good impression in the post parade here. Start to win, walked right in as Count the Carrots moves in for Rogelio Labra. 1 of 2 in here for that trainer. Stablemate will break right alongside Chalice. Landeros giving a leg up there for owner Juan de la Cruz, and Contribution for Resolute Racing to the outside. Contribution. That white blaze coming up is in. They're at the post. They are off at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Baker Hayfield broke sharply for the lead, but it's Count the Carrots who has the most speed as they run by us for the first time. Start to Win keyed up to the outside of that one from third. Love and Lights came away racing in fourth. Concrete Cruiser is fifth at about 6 off the pace early. Contribution is second last, and late running Chalice and Chris Landeros at the back of the pack. So up top it's Baker Hayfield and Count the Carrots. They go stride for stride with just outside 6 furlongs to go. They've opened up 2.5 on Love and Lights, who'll track from the third position. Then it is Start to Win in the West Point Silks from fourth, who's about 3.5 off the pace. Contribution is fifth, racing to the outside of Concrete Cruiser, and Chalice still at the back of the pack. That's the 7 of them. They head up the backside, and the quarter on the board, 24-1. They approach the 4.5 furlong stage, and Baker Hayfield leads 3 parts of a length. Count the Carrots there from second. Up the inside, Start to Win a joint third with Love and Lights. Meanwhile, Chalice from last is raced up into fifth, is 2 in front of Contribution. And that will relegate Concrete Cruiser to the trailing position. Half-mile controlled tempo, 48-1. Baker Hayfield, now Count the Carrots coming back for some more up to the outside. Meanwhile, trying to catch a whole Chalice is racing from between horses, and Contribution starts to warm up to the tasses. Start to Win's going to try to work out a trip. In fact, he just had to touch the brakes there as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and Count the Carrots' lead has evaporated as Contribution is ratcheting up the pressure outside the furlong grounds. Here's Contribution on the wrong lead, but he's kicked clear by 3. Start to Win has found room up to the inside. He's got daylight now with a 16th to go. Contribution with that clean trip to the outside has the lead, and Contribution, the son of Constitution, is going to debut a winner for Resolute Racing and win it by 2.5. Start to Win was second, Chalice third, and then racing up into fourth was Count the Carrots in 146-2. The judges have posted the top 4 finishers in race 1 from Horseshoe Indianapolis. The winner, number 7, Contribution. Finishing second, number 4, Start to Win. Third was the 6, Chalice, and fourth goes 5, Count the Carrots. 7, 4, 6, 5. The $850,000 Keeneland September yearling purchase, Contribution, debuts a winner here. By Constitution out of that street cry mare named Gifting. Contribution was near the back of the pack early, made a move in the far turn run and came to the top of the lane with the lead and kicked on clear here to come home in 146.54 seconds. Contribution showing those workouts at Ellis Park for Resolute Racing. This will be the first winner for the street cry mare Gifting. 7-4, 6-5 in the first of 10 here. This Contribution debuts an impressive winner here to kick off the pick 5, 2-1 odds coming into the winner's circle. End up going off second choice in behind the 4 Start to Win, both of those 2-1. But number 7, Contribution, here he is. Good looking 3-year-old big colt by Constitution out of that street cry mare named Gifting. The winner's owned by John Stewart's Resolute Racing, trained by Brad Cox and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. Number 7, Contribution, bred in Kentucky by Hillendale Equine Holdings, Incorporated in the Stretch Run Ventures, LLC. The winner covered the miles 16th on debut, 146.54 seconds. And the opener is official. Race 1 from Horseshoe official. The winner is 680, 420, 280. The exacta Contribution Start to Win, 7-4 to start the show. Wow, $19.80 for the $2 variety. The 50-cent try, $11.45. The dime super, 7, 4, 6, and 5, $14.54. Race 1 in the book, Contribution debuts a winner. That big yearling purchase debuts on top here. As we move on to race number 2, we'll start the early $1 pick 4 races 2, 3, 4, and 5. You're reminded in the second race, numbers 4 and 7 both have been scratched. The 4 Miss Jeopardy and the 7 Little Music both have been scratched. That will cancel the superfecta wagering. Wagering options left, however, win, play, show, exacted, try, daily double, pick 3, and that $1 pick 4 in 21 minutes. Good luck. Is in, they're at the post. They are off at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Baker Hayfield broke sharply for the lead, but it's Count the Carrots who has the most speed, and they run by us for the first time. Start to Win keyed up to the outside of that one from third. Love and Lights came away racing in fourth. Concrete Cruiser is fifth at about 6 off the pace early. Contribution is second last, and late running Chalice and Chris Landeros at the back of the pack. So up top it's Baker Hayfield and Count the Carrots. They go stride for stride with just outside 6 furlongs to go. They've opened up 2.5 on Love and Lights, who'll track from the third position. Then it is Start to Win in the West Point Silks from fourth, who's about 3.5 off the pace. Contribution is fifth, racing to the outside of Concrete Cruiser, and Chalice still at the back of the pack. That's the 7 of them. They head up the backside, and the quarter on the board, 24-1. They approach the 4.5 furlong stage, and Baker Hayfield leads 3 parts of a length. Count the Carrots there from second. Up the inside, Start to Win a joint third with Love and Lights. Meanwhile, Chalice from last is raced up into fifth, is 2 in front of Contribution. And that will relegate Concrete Cruiser to the trailing position. Half-mile controlled tempo, 48-1. Baker Hayfield now Count the Carrots coming back for some more up to the outside. Meanwhile, trying to catch a whole Chalice is racing from between horses, and Contribution starts to warm up to the task. Start to Win's going to try to work out a trip. In fact, he just had to touch the brakes there as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and Count the Carrots' lead has evaporated as Contribution is ratcheting up the pressure outside the furlong grounds. Here's Contribution on the wrong lead, but he's kicked clear by 3. Start to Win has found room up to the inside. He's got daylight now with a 16th to go. Contribution with that clean trip to the outside has the lead, and Contribution, the son of Constitution, is going to debut a winner for Resolute Racing in 1 by 2.5. Start to Win was second, Chalice third, and then racing up into fourth was Count the Carrots in 146-2. Is it
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
Expensive Son of Constitution gets the job done. Fernando de la Cruz picks up a win on Joe Ramos and maintains his safe lead at this point as Resolute Racing kicks off the day with a 680 winner, going from last to first in the blink of an eye, with the first-time starter as Gifter gets her first win as a broodmare. We're 9 minutes away from kicking off the 15% takeout pick 4. In here, 6 furlongs going to be the distance. Scratch numbers 4 and 7 out of this event. Miss Jeopardy and Little Music leaves us with a field of 5 set to go to the post. We've got a 1-5 shot in here. Goshen, who looks the part of a heavily backed favorite. But if you've been following all season long, you know that you don't need me to tell you how to find a 1-5 winner. Those are pretty easy to see on the page. But let me draw your attention to potentially a value play in here. It's not value if they don't win per se, but I think this horse has some upside. A 5-year-old chestnut mare, Closer to the Truth. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots in here for JCC Racing and Jose Casares as he takes over the training duties from Jose Camayo. And this horse is a 4-time winner with $73,000 in earning. This jockey-trainer combination between Sammy and Jose, they just teamed up on Monday to win on the turf course. And as she's gotten a little bit older, she's gotten a little bit quirky at the starting gate. Now, she did run into a complete monster on September 5th in Night Kiss, who's won about 5 races in a row. That was a special day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We had both a pick 4 and a pick 5 carryover, and whenever Night Kiss is entered, it seems like we have a carryover. We had a carryover on Monday. Night Kiss was in. A carryover September 5th. Night Kiss was in. But Closer to the Truth missed the break completely. Just kind of walked out of the starting gate and then rushed up, and that was all she wrote. She broke slowly and then rushed, and she had every excuse to back out. Now, last time out, she came back on 12 days rest. She acted up in the starting gate before the gates even popped, and she was backed out. She was allowed to reload, but you knew there would be better days ahead, even though she was getting a ton of class relief. Anytime they're backed out and they act up in the starting gate, it's usually not a good sign. She did run on very admirably in the lane, and if you can give excuses for the last 2 races, which I think you can, she does make a lot of sense, especially at 9-1 in a small field. She's got some excuses. She ran into a complete monster who went off at about 1-9 September 5th, and then last time out, she ran her race in the starting gate before it even popped. And Sammy and Jose, your jockey-trainer combination already won this week, 8-1. Fair value in here. There's not much value, but it may be a winning ticket in Goshen for Joe Ramos and Eric Foster. However, 1-5 on a horse who's winless, 0 for 12 over the last 2 years, is tough to stomach. Even though you're looking to cash a ticket and you're looking for a winner and to move along in some of these horizontals, it is oftentimes tough to back a horse who's going to be 20 to 30 cents on the dollar and is winless in the last 2 years, also winless here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now, don't mince my words. This 5-year-old mare is strictly the horse to beat. She chased Wampus Kitten all the way around the racetrack last time out. She got a dreamy trip. Joe Ramos had her just off the front runner. She was down on the inside after breaking in the middle of a big field, and she had every chance to go by. She just could not push past. One of those things where, yes, Wampus Kitten was determined on the front end, but it was more disappointing that Goshen just didn't get past. Had all the momentum, had a ground-saving trip, watched a good dueling leaders on the front end in which Wampus Kitten was a part of, and this horse just refused to push past, and I could see why they're winless in the last 2 years. Now, with that in mind, they have faced significantly tougher competition than they will see today, but they have gone down the claiming ladder, and they've gone down in claiming price. Once $25,000 in May of last year, ran at the optional claiming a handful of times at Ellis Park and both here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and despite dropping, is still winless. So that's a concern for me, strictly the horse to beat and your most likely winner, but for me, I just can't stomach that price when you're winless the last 2 years. The 5 is Teardrop Tiara. Joe Roberts making his second start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, a guy I'm familiar with from my days up at Canterbury Park for Cecil Peters, and Joseph Bielmer are going to be calling the shots in here. This 4-year-old upstart filly has 3 wins to her name, all at the lower level class ranks. She was claimed from Steve Asmussen for $7,500, then claimed away from Sarah Davidson for $7,500, and since then Joe Roberts has had his hands on this 4-year-old bay, and she's a good-looking sort in here. She was consistently picking up paychecks earlier this summer at Canterbury Park, albeit at the lower level claiming ranks of $7,500, and even avoided claim win last seen July 24th. Now, Canterbury's meet did go to middle of September, so she had one work September 16th. I believe that was either closing week or just shortly thereafter. It was a 5-furlong workout, but then whether it was in the back of a trailer or wherever she was stabled, a month between work, she came in here with one workout. She hasn't been seen in a long time. She's off avoided claim, but her best race puts her in this, and she does have a win at Horseshoe Indy. So while she may be the second start for Joe Roberts, Teardrop Tiara is a win and a second, and 3 starts at Indy. Make what you want of that for Teardrop Tiara. Goshen, the horse to beat, but is it the horse to bet? As we're 4 minutes away from race number 2, that's for you to decide. Good luck.
Phillies and Mares stepping trackside here for race number 2 at the Shoe, race 2. A sprint event for the Phillies and Mares, which have not won 2 races this year or never won 4 in their life. The claiming tag $5,000, the distance 6 furlongs. Scratch numbers 4 Miss Jeopardy and 7 Little Music. 5 left to go. Win, place, show. Exacta, try, daily double. Starts at pick 3 and also the $1 pick 4. Races 2, 3, 4, 5 start right here in just a few. And the horses have turned. The Phillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute here, race 2. Less than a minute, the field for race 2 approaching this starting gate at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The quintet making their way towards the starting gate for this opening leg of the early $1 pick 4. Less than a minute. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Closer to the truth for Jose Casares coming up first. Lucky Phoenix. And Louis C. loading in. 4-5 on Goshen. Goshen and those Foster family silks going by Hugh Skates. The Owensboro native Eric Foster. Teardrop Tiara. Coming up, to be the truckers, Lonnie Moe. Lonnie Moe up to the outside, field of 5 set to go. They're at the post. They are racing. The favorite Goshen jumped well from the inside. Lucky Phoenix's flashing speed 2 as Lonnie Moe came away racing in the 3rd position on the run down the backstretch. Closer to the truth is 4th and about 5 off the pace, and at the back of the pack, Teardrop Tiara is last of the quintet. So up the backside they wheel outside the half-mile pole, and they're staring at Goshen, the favorite, at 4-5, shows the way, a length and a half. Lonnie Moe racing to the outside. Lucky Phoenix down on the inside, 3rd. Teardrop Tiara breezes a closer 4th, and still 3. Back to Closer to the Truth, who can see 'em all. The quarter for the favorite, 23-1, and Goshen flashing those feet to the field. She shows the way 2.5 lengths. That's all for Lonnie Moe, as Teardrop Tiara has raced up into 2nd. Lucky Phoenix is 4th, and Closer to the Truth is way out wide, top of the home stretch. And Goshen, the daughter of Classic Empire, will whip him in by the furlong grounds. Her lead's diminished to 2 as Teardrop Tiara is gaining ground to the outside with a 16th to go. Here comes Teardrop Tiara after Goshen. Goshen still finding, Goshen still digging, and Goshen is going to the winner's circle. She won coast to coast for Ramos. She won by about 2 in the end. Teardrop Tiara was next, and Lucky Phoenix Closer to the Truth and Lonnie Moe in 1:12.1. Goshen now a 6-time winner in 1:12.33 seconds. The judges posting the top 4 finishers for race number 2. The winner, number 3, Goshen. Second, number 5, Teardrop Tiara. Third, number 2, Lucky Phoenix. And 4th goes 1, Closer to the Truth. 3-5-2-1. Here's Climaco leading in number 3, Goshen, a 5-year-old bay mare by Classic Empire out of the Vindication mare named What a Lily. Goshen, this 6-time winner, is owned by Hugh Skates and the Foster family racing of Brooklyn Foster, the winning trainer Eric Foster, and the winning jockey Joe Ramos. Number 3, Goshen, picks up the first win of the season, however, her 6th career lifetime, as she got the 6 panels gate to wire 1:12.33 seconds. She was bred in Kentucky by Econo Farm and Traxil Farm, LLC. The odds-on favorite, 360, 240, 210. The Exacta 3 and 5, 1080. The trifecta, $7.30 for a 50-cent investment. The contribution Goshen double, 7 and 3, 1680. Due to those two late scratches of the 4 and 7, that superfecta wager was not offered there. It was refunded. On to the third race. You're reminded we're off the turf this afternoon. Race number 3 off the turf will be 5/8 on the main track, which currently is listed as muddy. In the third race, jockey change for number 2 Captured, make the rider Augustine Gomez. Be aware the 11 Air Up There as a main track only has drawn in and is set to go. Race number 3 coming up next in just about 23 minutes. They are racing. The favorite Goshen jumped well from the inside. Lucky Phoenix's flashing speed 2 as Lonnie Moe came away racing in the third position on the run down the backstretch. Closer to the truth is fourth and about 5 off the pace, and at the back of the pack, Teardrop Tiara is last of the quintet. So up the back said they wheel outside the half-mile pole, and they're staring at Goshen, the favorite, at 4 to 5, shows the way a length and a half. Lonnie Moe racing to the outside. Lucky Phoenix down on the inside third. Teardrop Tiara breezes a closer fourth, and still 3. Back to Closer to the Truth, who can see 'em all. The quarter for the favorite, 23 and 1, and Goshen flashing those feet to the field. She shows the way 2.5 lengths. That's all for Lonnie Moe as Teardrop Tiara has raced up into second. Lucky Phoenix is fourth, and Closer to the Truth is way out wide, top of the home stretch. And Goshen, the daughter of Classic Empire, will whip him in by the furlong grounds. Her lead's diminished to 2 as Teardrop Tiara is gaining ground to the outside with a 16th to go. Here comes Teardrop Tiara after Goshen. Goshen still finding, Goshen still digging, and Goshen is going to the winner's circle. She won coast to coast for Ramos. She won
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning, then we feed lunch around 11:30, and then that's usually our day, and then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced. Went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Shenevely. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden special weight for Indiana breds. 5/8 on the grass is now moved to the good main track with a little bit of precipitation, but really it was just some sprinkles. It's kind of hit or miss today, so we'll keep our eye on the weather as we go forward in our 10 race card today. But this one, even the MTO draws in and no one scratched out. I don't even remember the last time I saw that. I kind of had to do a double take. But yeah, air up there. I wasn't sure if it was going to get in. I don't blame you guys for this one, but I handicapped this morning really early, and I wasn't sure if anything was going to come out. Gomez is aboard the 2 is the only other change, and obviously there is no is it the hat trick pick 3 in this one? Yeah. Obviously, we don't have turf, so no pick 3. No self-control, though, is who else I would include with the 11 in this race. No self-control is trained by Miguel Silva and gets Luis Contreras aboard. This is a 3-year-old filly who's making her 12th lifetime start. Obviously, no wins, but a first in 3 seconds. She's got early speed and put up a 72 Brisnet speed figure in her last race. And I went back to June 25th of this year, where it was kind of the same situation. This race was slated for 5/8 on the main. It got taken off. It was sloppy, though. It was obviously muddy this morning. And I highlighted that one because that was one of her better efforts, a second by 3 3/4 with Manny aboard. Louis up the early speed and the high speed rating, and third versus similar last out, showing that nice early kick was what kind of convinced me on the 10. Then I'm going to go to the 8. 10, 8, 9 for me. Jordan's Deal is 9-2 right now on the tote board. Mitchell Merle aboard for Tim Eggleston. This one bred by Justice Farms and owned by 514 Racing, making its 9th lifetime start. 2 seconds, 3/3. 2 back, I also highlighted the maiden claiming for 12.5. Now that was a lower class, but it was the same situation. It was 5/8 on the grass. They took it off and they ran it over the slop, and he was close with Mitch up in the irons. So high percentage trainer, very talented jockey, and they've gotten together for at least 6 of their last 10 mounts together. Jordan's Deal also has nice early running style, if you can see. Go all the way through those. This horse, doesn't really matter if it draws the inside or outside. He shoots out of there. It's just kind of it was really crazy, that sloppy try, because he reared straight up and was last by 10 and ended up second. So I'm pretty sure if that did not happen, she had not reared up at that start, then probably would have been the winner. You come from 10 lengths off the lead and close for second. Just, yeah. But we are up in class, so that also is concerning. But plenty of third and second place finishes. You got to include her in your exotics. And then the 9, Haziel. The 9 is 5-1 on the toad board. Marcelino Pedroza aboard for John Langmeyer. This one is owned and bred by Spooky Hollow Racing, a 4-year-old filly by Tapature, who has had 10 lifetime starts and been in the money 6 times. So 6 of 10 is not bad, including the last 4, which were all third or better. But they were all on the turf. She was third versus similar last time on the grass routing. Today we're going 5/8 on the main, but she's never ran in the mud. She's never ran on an off track. I'm glad we're good. She has ran on a good track, but that was a good turf. Totally different. She's only ever ran on a fast dirt track, so we'll see. But she looks good. She is a tall, lanky filly, isn't she? Also, Marcelino Ramos have been in Fuego. He had a really nice triple on Champions Day. He's in the last 25. He's had 9 wins, a second and 3/3, and including one yesterday, I think. So 10, 8, 9 for me here in this third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
Horse fans, we have one claim to report out of race number 2. Out of race number 2, the 5 teardrop tiara for $5,000 was claimed by owner-trainer Amara Kranz. And they're on the track for the third race. Race number 3 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, taken off the turf, will be 5/8 on the main. In this race, you're reminded that there is a jockey change for number 2, captured to Augustine Gomez. Augustine Gomez on the 2, and beware the 11 air up there has drawn in. So 11 to go. Win, play, show. Exacta, try. Super. Daily double. Starts a pick 3. Also, the superfecta offered here for a dime. Now, field of 11 with just that jockey change on the 2 to Augustine Gomez. Third race will be at the gate in just a few. Less than a minute here for race number 3. The Indiana-bred maiden fillies and mares have turned. They are approaching the starting gate. 2-1 on Air Up There, a daughter of Matoli. Drawing in off the also has a main track only, no self-control for Silver Racing. 2-1 as well. Jordan's Deal bet down to 4-1. As the field approaching the starting gate. Last minute to get those wagers in here. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time as we welcome in Jewett and crew down there with the FFA for that national convention. Down on the apron. Loading in here. 6 and 7 coming up. One Little Conquest and Dark Diamond. In goes My Strong Heart, daughter of Bucaro. Captured in Augustine Gomez coming up. 15 for 1 offering. Designer Tag for leading trainer Randy Klopp, who's vying for that all-time leading trainer here with Gennaro Garcia. Designer Tag partners with Fernando de la Cruz with a win on the opener. A Long Winter's Nap. Rodney Prescott, the second all-time leading rider here. He's an Indiana native from Jay County. They're in Portland. Hazio on the turn back for Spooky Hollow and Langmeyer. 3 horses left to load. The gray CV Cinnamon Rose, who's coming forward. No Self-Control. The black and yellow Silva Silks. And Air Up There are the final 2. 9-5 on No Self-Control. She comes up. Air Up There will complete the field of 11 fillies and mares to race 5 furlongs. And they are at the post. They are off. It's Designer Tag, who's hard hustled to the front. Long Winter's Nap jumped well. Down on the inside, My Strong Heart, No Self-Control, stacks up 4 deep, and 5 across the course is Air Up There. They've quickened 5 or 6 clear of One Little Conquest, and Hazel on the turn back, advancing to the outside of her. There goes Jordan's Deal, who's off the pace today. Meanwhile, My Strong Heart falling back through the field, just had to tap on the brakes. Dark Diamond's in second, last in the gray CV Cinnamon Rose. Can see them all. Rounding the turn outside, a quarter to go, and No Self-Control up top, up to the outside. Air Up There is locked in and coming at the leader to the top at home stretch. Here's Air Up There, up and after No Self-Control with a furlong to go. It's Air Up There, No Self-Control. Down the center comes a Long Winner's Nax outside the 16th pole. Here come the Hoosiers. It's Air Up There reaching for the line. A Long Winter's Nap upset minded to the outside. Air Up There, a Long Winter's Nap. Air Up There gets it done here by a half a side. A Long Winter's Nap was second. Then it was Jordan's Deal. Late on the scene came One Little Conquest. Captured My Strong Heart after that trouble trip in the running time 59 and 3. And the judges posting the top 3 finishers. Top 3 finishes in race number 3. The winner, 11, Air Up There. Second, number 4, A Long Winter's Nap. Finishing third, number 8, Jordan's Deal. There's a photograph for fourth. 11, 4, 8, and a photo. 11, Air Up There. Start number 4. Entered as a main track only. Played the weather, and she obliges. As Air Up There, 9-5 gets it done. Second, number 4, Long Winter's Nap. Second again here. She was a big number last start. Didn't get any respect today. She was 20-1 once more. Running that game second. Third, number 8, Jordan's Deal, who came from off the pace today. And then number 6, One Little Conquest on debut at 92-1 has been posted as your fourth place finisher. 11-4-8-6, so a 9-5 shot on top of a 20-1 shot, 5-1 shot third, and 92-1 to complete that superfecta. Stand by for some decent payouts. Entering the winner's circle to join Jordan and the 514 crew, here's Air Up There. Air Up There is a 3-year-old dark gray brown filly by Matoli out of that arch mare named Set You Free. The winner is owned by 514 Racing LLC of Matt Kiewakowski, the winning trainer Tim Eggleston, and Andres Uloa. The winning jockey Air Up There breaks the maiden start number 4. Home a winner in a flashy time, 59.65 seconds. Air Up There was bred here in Indiana by Julie Reaney, Dean Bear, and Greg Bear, DVM. Now, Air Up There ends up going off 9-5 odds to spearhead that superfecta 11-4-8-6. 9-5 over 20-1, over 5-1, over 92-1 for this maiden filly Indiana bred race. 59.65 seconds. I'd like to welcome in our friends with Beaver Ranch here to this afternoon as well. Race 3, 11-4-8-6. Race 3 of 10 now has been declared official. 560, 340, 260 on the winner. The exacta 77.60. The $2 trifecta $397 at 11-4-8-50 try, $99.25. The double 3 and 11 $12. The dime super. How about $397.67. The first pick 311.80. Up next, race number 4 in 18 minutes. The 6 furlong maiden Claimant Sprint will be coming at you in 18 minutes, and there's a jockey change in there on the 6. Yoshida's Impact to Kevin Jimenez on the 6. Yoshida's Impact. Field of 9 to go. Win, play, show. Exacta try, daily double, superfecta, pick 3 wagering. Post time for the 4th race is approximately 3:45, and that's in 17 minutes. They are off. It's Designer Tag who's hard hustled to the front. Long Winter's Nap jumped well. Down on the inside, Mind Strong Heart, no self-control, stacks up 4 deep, and 5 across the course is Air Up There. They've quickened 5 or 6 clear of One Little Conquest and Hazy on the turn back, advancing to the outside of her. There goes Jordan's Deal, who's off the pace today. Meanwhile, My Strong Heart falling back through the field, just had to tap on the brakes. Dark Diamonds in second last, and the gray CV Cinnamon Rose can see them all. Rounding the turn outside, a quarter to go, and No Self-Control up top, up to the outside. Air Up There is locked in and coming at the leader to the top at home stretch. Here's Air Up There, up and after No Self-Control with a furlong to go. It's Air Up There, No Self-Control. Down the center comes a long winner's knacks outside the 16th pole. Here come the Hoosiers. It's Air Up There reaching for the line. A long winter's nap, upset minded to the outside. Air Up There, a long winner's nap. Air Up There gets it done here by a half a side. A long winner's nap was second. Then it was Jordan's Deal late on the scene.
Air Up there kicks off what could be a big day for 514 Racing. They may have the ugliest silks in Indiana, but they certainly know their way around the winner's circle. They've got a huge day. A couple of dual entries later on in the handicaps here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they kick it off with the MTO returning $5.60, an easy winner when it was all said and done for Air Up there. Congratulations to 514 Racing. We'll see if the big day is just beginning or there's going to be some disappointment later on this afternoon, but I think they're sitting on what should be a successful hump day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 9 minutes away from race number 4, track upgraded from muddy to good now, so make note we are on a good track in this spot. I'm going to try Bozano. Start number 14, hoping to be the lucky one for this 2-1 favorite right now. This 4-year-old Dark Bay Gelding is at 13 tries, 2 seconds, and a third. It's been disappointing thus far for the Bob Gorham trainee. Many of these starts have come at the maiden special weight level up until earlier this season, May 15th, in which they waved the white flag relatively quickly. After running at the allowance level each and every start last year, they gave one try at the maiden special weight level, didn't like what they saw, and immediately went to the claiming ranks very early on in the season. Many people unwilling to go to the claiming ranks until late in the season, but they were the opposite. They went quickly and still, unfortunately, has not found that elusive first victory. They had 2 seconds into their name. They've been the beaten favorite only once in those 13 starts, so it's not like this has been a money burner by any means. It's only been favored June 5th on a sloppy racetrack going around 2 turns. I think looks like the best animal in here. It's a horse who has good breeding, is a half to live in my best life, who was a multiple-time stakes winner, went 4 for 8 and banked over $250,000. But for whatever reason, Bozano has been reluctant to win. We'll see if today's the day, because if not, this horse may be quickly approaching the do not use category on my list. 5-2, you're clear second choice at this point. The 9 is lightly raced, and you have to love that. Unlike the top selection, who's been defeated 13 times, all bark, no bite. This 3-year-old chestnut only has 1 start under his name. Maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, does get Lasix for the first time. Much like Bozano going from maiden special weight to maiden claiming relatively quickly earlier this season, all bark, no bite. Took until mid-October to even debut. Now gets Lasix. McKenna Anderson going to be aboard. She's looking for her first victory this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but she's only made 16 starts. When Gennaro goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, he wins at 22% on the drop, 17% when it's their second career start. So maiden special weight down to maiden claiming 22%, but when he does it immediately, they win at 17%. Still good numbers. One thing that I was surprised to see is he's used McKenna Anderson much more than I frankly had believed he did over the past 5 years. They're also winning at 17% in that time. Lost to a good one in Going Sense. Another one who's for 514 Racing as well. All bark, no bite. Lightly raced, gets Lasix, gets some class relief as well, gets a favorable post draw, but is ice cold on the board. And when I say ice cold, I mean like chilly. This is 3-1 morning line, a horse dropping from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, going out for an outfit that wins races, and it's 11-1 on the board. That is downright disrespectful. I expect this horse to take some action as we go to the post, but part of the reason that horse is so high right now in the win pool is because Jake's Trouble is taking a ton of action for Aaron West and Fernando de la Cruz with MY Stables. Jake's Trouble is a horse who has been at the maiden claiming race throughout the career. 4 starts, 1 second, and a third. Ran a big effort on debut July 3rd. It was the weekend of our Indiana Derby. Then came back and ran a winning race in the slop. It was a good winning effort, just got nailed, but I thought August 18th was a regression, and then it was kind of confirmed by September 8th. So I'm not surprised that Jake's Trouble is taking some action. The amount of action early on in the wagering is surprising to me. Had 2 very nice races to start the career. Does have the best race of the career on the slop with Fernando de la Cruz. But if you watch those last 2 races, there's not much to like. It hasn't been necessarily very good for Jake's Trouble. And you watch those replays, there's really no excuses. Broke slow, kind of stalked on the rail, and then faded late. We'll see if Jake's Trouble is getting all that early money because of the sloppy conditions, but you can't go wrong with Aaron West and Fernando de la Cruz. You've got our leading rider who gives you a fair chance each and every time, along with Aaron West winning at 22%. when those two guys team up, they win at an outstanding 25%. But I think today's the lucky day for Boizano and the Gorham Gang. We'll see if the Gorham Gang can get their next family photo taken about 4 minutes away from race number 4. If you're looking for that late fire 5, have no fear. We've got 9 thoroughbred races today, 11.99% takeout. Pick 5 begins in race number 5. That Itoba pick 4 also in race number 6. As we're on a good main track, Jimmy Mack up in the announcer's booth. He'll call the winner 4 minutes away from race 4 at Horseshoe.
Horses stepping trackside for race number 4 at Horseshoe Indy, Indiana bred maiden. Claimers, the claiming tag $8,000, the distance 6 furlongs. And here, don't forget number 6, Yoshida's Impact, change of jockey to Kevin Jimenez. 9 to go, win, play, show, exact to try, super. Daily double starts a pick 3 in just a couple of minutes. approaching the starting gate for this fourth race. Fourth of 10 here on a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. Figure we have those two handicaps coming up later on in the card. Those co-featured Indiana bred route handicaps, the Strong Tide and the Fireball Baby. Those will go this races 8 and 9 as the field has reached the gate. It's post time. Ghosting going forward. It's on a race day. Jake's Trouble, big long shot coming up. Actually, Jake Trouble being bet down now, 9-2. Yoshida's Impact has gone 88-1, and Brujo de Amor, and he's all out the next two. And Brujo de Amor from the Duran barn. Mi Sargento going in. All Bark, No Bite, a son of Country House, making a plunge here for the Garcia barn, is 8-1, loading up to the outside. All Bark, No Bite partners with McKenna Anderson, 3-5 on Bazzano, and start 14. They are at the post. Looks like All Bark, No Bite coming back up and in.
Start him over. Start him over.
All set.
Now get
Well, All Bark, No Bite backs out yet again. And give it another go here. The assistance from an outrider here and the gate crew. All others standing well. Still working with All Bark, No Bite. Bazzano 7-5 as windows remain open. Trying to get this Chestnut Son of Country House in. 7-1 offering on the drop-in class here for the start number 2 for All Bark, No Bite.
grab his hand now, Martin.
Now I think he obliges. They're at the post. All set. They are racing to a level beginning. Well, he broke sharp. All Bark, No Bite, quickly reaching out for the lead. Bazzano, the big class-dropping favorite, will go with him and catching a hole in the middle. Angel's Legacy is flashing speed, too. Ghost King the Gray is down on the rail from fourth, advancing up to the outside on the run down the backstretch. Mi Sargento moving in tandem with He's All Out. Jake's Trouble has been shuffled back to third last, and Brujo de Amor second last, and Shido's Impact is last of the 9. Into the far turn they go, and they're chasing Bazzano at 6-5. Had to work to get the lead, and he's heavily pressured by Angel's Legacy to the outside. Meanwhile, Mi Sargento ranges up for Josue Don Juan there in hand from third. And right on that one's back, gaining ground. He's All Out is under a drive. Then All Bark, No Bite broke sharp but is retreating. And Jake's Trouble has 9 lengths to race towards the top of the home stretch. 3 across the course. And it's Angel's Legacy and Bazzano. Those two doing the business up top. Mi Sargento made that early run. Still has a length and a half to find and a furlong to do so. It's Angel's Legacy trying to put away a pesky Bazzano who's fighting to the inner rail. Mi Sargento way out wide, 1/16 to go. Angel's Legacy and Bazzano, they continue to come together. Angel's Legacy with the upper hand. Angel's Legacy in a photo finish. Angel's Legacy was 9-1 to the outside of Bazzano, who was the inside at 6-5. Then it was Mi Sargento at 12-1 in 113 flat. Judges posting the photo finish. Well, the photo sign comes down, and it was a stretch battle. We've had a couple of these the last few days here with these Indiana breds, and it was Bazzano the favorite to the inside at 6-5, and Angel's Legacy upset-minded to the outside. Those two hit the wire in the photo, and the trio of placing judges have determined that number 4, Angel's Legacy, got there. At 9-1, second number 2, Bazzano at 6-5. Third was number 8, Mi Sargento, 12-1, and fourth number 9, All Bark No Bite at 7-1 odds. 4-2-8-9. 4-2-8-9 here in race number 4 as the Silva Barn has been heating up as of late. Angel's Legacy. He was 15-1 morning line, and his 3-year-old gelded son of Jimmy Creed ends up at odds of 9-1 at off time. The rousing ride by Luis Contreras. Now into the winner's circle, number 4, Angel's Legacy. He's a 3-year-old chestnut gelded son by Jimmy Creed out of the midshipman mare named Angels and Devil Dogs. The winner's owned by Valinor Racing Stable LLC, trained by Miguel Silva and Luis Contreras. Up top for the winning ride, Angel's Legacy, bred in Indiana by his owner. Breaks the maiden here in start number 4, got the 6 panels, 113.03 seconds. 9-1 upset winner, $20, 20 to win. $7.40 in the middle, $5.20 for that show money. Exacta 4 and 2, $60.60. The try, $101.30. That's for a 50-cent bet. The double 11 and 4, $91.20. The pick 3, rolling pick 3, came back $30.30. The superfecta was 4289. The 4289 super for a dime, $136.16. Up next, the 5th race. In race number 5, you're reminded on this 10-race card, it will start the Late Fire 5. Once again, with this 10-race program, the first 9 for the thoroughbreds, the 5th race does start the thoroughbred Late Fire 5, pick 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the races. Low take count there. Expect a sizable pool in this event. Race number 5 kicks it off. We're off the turf. The distance goes to mile 70 on the main. Scratch 1, 2, 3, 11 through 16. Race 5, this claimant event coming up next. We'll start that Late Fire 5 in 17 minutes. Set. They are racing to a level beginning. Well, he broke sharp, All Bark No Bite, quickly reaching out for the lead. Bazzano, the big class-dropping favorite, will go with him and catching a hole in the middle. Angel's Legacy is flashing speed too. Ghost King the Gray is down on the rail from 4th, advancing up to the outside on the run down the backstretch. Mi Sargento moving in tandem with He's All Loud. Jake's Trouble has been shuffled back to 3rd last, and Bruju de Amor 2nd last, and Shido's Impact is last of the 9. Into the far turn they go, and they're chasing Bazzano at 6-5. Had to work to get the lead, and he's heavily pressured by Angel's Angels Legacy to the outside. Meanwhile, Mi Sargento ranges up for Josue Don Juan there in hand from third. And right on that one's back, gaining ground. He's all out, is under a drive. Then All Bark No Bite broke sharp but is retreating. And Jake's Trouble has 9 lengths to race towards the top of the home stretch. 3 across the course. And it's Angels Legacy and Bozano. Those two doing the business up top. Mi Sargento made that early run. Still has a length and a half to find and a furlong to do so. It's Angels Legacy trying to put away a pesky Bozano who's fighting to the inner rail. Mi Sargento way out wide, 1/16 to go. Angels Legacy and Bozano, they continue to come together. Angels Legacy with the upper hand. Angels Legacy in a photo finish. Angels Legacy was 9-1 to the outside of Bozano, who was the inside at 6.
9-1 winner, Silva, thumbs up gang, wins again here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Their second winner on the week. They've been heating up, as Jimmy Max stated, 10 minutes away from race number 5. And with that, kicks off the Late Fire 5. This one originally carded for the turf, off turf on a good main track. 1 mile and 70 yards in here. 4 through 10 remain. The others are scratched out of this event. I'm going to go to you, one of your outside runners in here, not the outside runner, but near the outside in this position. First start off the claim for Fascinator and Shannon McGovern. The McGovern's own and train. Rodney Prescott going to be aboard in here. Shannon's having herself a very nice meet as she's had the past couple of years, winning at 21% this season, but Fascinator does have a tendency to settle for less with 5 second-place finishes. The lone win did come on the turf, has experience on a muddy track as well. One start on a muddy track and actually ran second, an admirable second, showed speed, couldn't show much finish, and I think Fascinator deserves a long look in here first start off the claim. But Shannon McGovern hasn't always dove into the claim box. In fact, they've done so 5 times, dating back to September 19th in 2024 with D-Day Reunion. Now, 5 times first start off the claim. They're 0 for 5 in that time. However, 2 of the 5 have been in the money. So they're looking to do something for the first time in the past 5 years, and that's win first start off the claim. They come back at a very reasonable expectation. In fact, this horse, when last seen on the dirt, was running for $32,000, now in for $15,000. Don't Look Back is a horse that it's been okay, but that second place finish may not have been as good as it looked. It was a 3-horse field. Don't Look Back did go to the shelf after winning that race and then came back at the allowance level and ran an even running 5th, beaten by quite a few lengths in a 7-horse field. So not sure what to make of it. I do like that this horse has early speed, both on the turf and the dirt, and on the front end is where I want to be. Rodney Prescott, Shannon McGovern, winning at 20% when they team up. There's a lot to like in here, especially the price. 5-2 on the board, but the 5 is Fawn Leibowitz, Ray Paquette, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. I know the Paquettes are hoping for plenty of early pace in here and potentially a meltdown because Fawn Leibowitz is void of any early speed. This horse is not quick away from the starting gate and closed with a decent rally last time out, down on the rail. They rode the rail all the way around. They galloped out very well. This horse kind of does that each and every time. 1 win to his name, and it was going 6 furlongs in a race that fell apart, and Fawn Leibowitz went rolling on by. There is some speed in here. Oftentimes in these off-turf races, they do go a little bit quicker on the front end. They have a tendency to fall apart a little bit. Fawn Leibowitz has been rounding into form. Does get Marcelino Pedroza Jr. He's been in the saddle both on the turf and the dirt the last 2 starts. And if there's pace collapse in here, I think Fawn Leibowitz is certainly the horse to fear. Rolling down the lane, galloped out well. It's not a distance issue. We'll just see if Marcelino can keep this one tactically placed early on in this race. 5-1 in this spot. The 6 is Cam's Rockin' Gold for Aaron Thompson. Luis Contreras, a winner last race. She looks for another one in here. 9-2 on the board, projected to go off at 4-1. This 2-time winner from 16 starts has 0 second-place finishes. So like my top 2 selections who like to settle for less, it's kind of all or nothing for Cam's Rockin' Gold. 0 second-place finishes. One of those 2 wins did come on an off track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, which is the good sign. Came on a good track, which were listed as good, going 1 mile in a race in which they broke slow. They moved up and took over at the top of the lane and kind of ran away and hit. That was at the maiden special weight level. This is the first time in the career that Cam's Rockin' Gold is in for a tag. Has always run protected. In fact, even ran a race against open competition as well on the turf. So in for a tag, getting a ton of class relief, but you have to forgive that last start. It wasn't her best day by any means. She really never even got into the race after hopping at the start. We'll see if that hopping becomes an issue or not, but she gets a lot of class relief in here. I think this race is wide open. I'm going a lot deeper than I would like to kick off this Late Fire 5. As on your screen now, the favorite is Cheyenne Moon. Second start off of the layoff. Lon Wiggins looking for his first win here at Horseshoe Indianapolis since winning back in 2021 with Dulcimer Dame. Since then, it is a small sample size. He's only 0 for 6 since 2021, so it's not like he sent a ton to Horseshoe Indy, but Cheyenne Moon is favored at this point. We're going to spread out in race number 5 before we get a little bit narrow in race number 6 and 7. In race 6, I'm going to use the Antonio Duran trainees in here. One with experience, Miss Candy Pop, trying to get Eddie Carzales home a winner. 1 for 25 is Eddie Carzales as an owner with Antonio Duran, but the fresh face could be a 2-year-old filly by Spite Song, who's a half to El Michiano, who's banked $82,000 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Tony Duran wins at 10% with first-time starters. I think race number 6 goes through the Duran gang. Race number 7, this is going to be the single in here, Ace's Honor. Ethan West wanted to get this 2-year-old maiden on the turf, but he ships over, stays here at Horseshoe Indianapolis anyways for the main track. I've been fortunate enough to watch those October 12th and 22nd workouts at Keeneland. I think this 2-year-old chestnut by Code of Honor handles the dirt just fine, and Ace's Honor is going to be a play for me, whether they're on the turf or the dirt. This horse should improve off of a very nice third-place finish on debut. The single, before we get into a couple of those handicap races with the big money on the line, they're wide open. I'm going to go incredibly deep in race number 8. Looks to be a wide-open event in there. And then we've got another handicap coming up in which a heavily backed favorite is going to be Corning Stone. This horse ran many in this race off their feet here on October 1st. Hasn't always been the most consistent sort per se. Joseph Bielmer got his first stakes victory in the P.D. Bianchi handicap on October 1st. He looks for back-to-back with Corning Stone, but I think there's some sneaky ones in here. Well, 514 Racing with Beach Dancer. Maybe she gets brave on the front end. She's won half of her races for a nice 4-year-old filly. And Little Gin in Class. She's got some back class with over $250,000 in earnings. She also ran in the Heidi Bianchi handicap and losing to Corningstone, but only by 3 lengths. And Corningstone took advantage of a perfect trip that day. We're going to play this pick 5. We're going to dive in. $84 play. Hopefully we get a price here in race number 5. We'll go a little narrow in race number 6 and 7. And then in the handicaps, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy on an excellent card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 5 more thoroughbred races coming up, coming at you next.
Horses up on the track here for race number 5 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This race is a claiming event for the fillies and mares. Never won 215, the claiming tag. The race has been taken off the turf. Again, off the turf, a mile 70 on the main. In this race, take out numbers 1, 2, 3, 11 through 16. 1, 2, 3. All of the alsos have been scratched. 7 left to go. Win, play, show. Exacta, try. Super. Daily double starts at pick 3. And it starts at 50-cent pick 5 on races 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Again, that pick 5 starts right here in race number 5 as we welcome in Mark Mays tuning in from the East Coast here. Race number 5 to start that 50-cent pick 5. Post time in just a few minutes. Good luck. Just about a minute here to make any last-ditch wagers here on race 5, including that pick 5 that starts here. Really good sequence here. Races 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Closing out with those 2 state-bred handicaps here in this sequence. The thoughts of Brian Aragoni, who's been red hot as of late on those pick 5s. With 3 out of the last 4 given out. Cashing as the field of 7 fillies approaching the starting gate. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Crowned with Grace coming up first. Crowned with Grace going in for the Walsh family and Thirsty Acres Racing. Alex Ishard as the call. In goes Fawn Leibowitz. Fascinator for Shannon and Rodney. Cam's Rockin' Gold. Cam's Rockin' Gold, the Indiana bred, taking on Open Company going in. 1 out, waiting on West Maple to the outside. They're at the post. They are racing. Good beginning for Cam's Rockin' Gold. Also, Fascinator flashing speed. Small Town Heroine just had to grab on the brakes there as Cheyenne Moon advances up to the inside. West Maple with a wide angle to the first turn run. And then we trail back 3 or 4, maybe 5 lengths back to Fawn Leibowitz. The Animal House hunch play is second last and Crowned with Grace. We'll have to run by them all. A dozen links or so from top to bottom, and Fascinator, the odds-on favorite, shows the way up the backside, but has pressure as West Maple and Sanger come to apply the heat after a quarter 24-1. Cam's Rockin' Gold to the inside. Cheyenne Moon is fourth. Up on the extreme outside as they head up the backside is Small Town Heroine, who's about 3 lengths off the lead. Fawn Leibowitz tracks them from about 6 lengths off the pace, then Crowned with Grace is still last of them all. They approach the half-mile stage, and Fascinator still showing the way up top. Fascinator a neck to West Maple there from second as they make their entry into the turn. The Horseshoe half was 48-4. Fascinator and Rodney Prescott trying to dole out those fractions. West Maple in chase mode from second. Cam's Rockin' Gold getting the reins shaken at her from third. Small Town Heroine is fourth. Now splitting horses. Here comes Cheyenne Moon, who's catching the eye and moving well. Fawn Leibowitz and Paquette Pink is under a ride, and Crowned with Grace has nothing but hindquarters and heels in front of her. 3/4, 115 flat, and they lean into the lane, and it's Fascinator in Rodney Prescott still up top with a furlong to go. The lead is 2 as Cheyenne Moon has shifted ground down to the inside in front of Cam's Rockin' Gold down the center. West Maple and everybody else with a 16th to go. Fascinator still there. Fascinator in front by 2 from the backfield. Crowned with Grace running on for the Miners, but up top it's Fascinator, well handled and rationed by Rodney. Won it all the way up top in 1:46-4. Judges posting the 3-2 shot, number 9, Fascinator as the race winner. They've called for a photo for the Miners. 9 and a photo finish. Result of the photo showed the 10 West Maple to be second, third, number 4 Crowned with Grace, fourth goes 8 Small Town Heroine. In the winner's circle, all the way winner, number 9 Fascinator. She's a 4-year-old dark bear brown daughter by Clubhouse Ride out of the Stormy Atlantic mare named Stormy 2. The winner's owned by Russell McGovern, trained by Shannon McGovern, and well handled up top by Rodney Prescott. Number 9 Fascinator picks up that second lifetime victory in 12 starts. Bred in California by Steve Mosier. 9, 10, 4, 8. Number 9, Fascinator, coast to coast here, 146.97. Nine, 10, 4, 8 here in the fifth. 3 to 2 over 10 to 1 over 6 to 1 over 35 for 1. 9, 10, 4, 8. These results are official. The fifth race now official. Fascinator, $5, $2.80 and $2.80. Exacta, $50.80. The $2 try, $259.20. The 50-cent variety of 9, 10, and 4. That 50-cent trifecta, $64.80. The double for $9, $67. The $1 pick four, $219.50. Dime Super, $102.82. Pick 3, $52.75. The pick 5, 50 center, $448.30. Up next, race number 6. Race number 6 will start the Itoba $1 pick 4. Take out numbers 1 and 6. Numbers 1 and 6 are out. 7 left to go. One play show. Exacta try super. Daily double pick 3 and that $1 pick 4 on races 6, 7, and 8 presented by Itoba. We'll start here in race 6 in 18 minutes. They are racing. Good beginning for Cam's Rockin' Gold. Also, Fascinator flashing speed. Small Town Heroine just had to grab on the brakes there as Cheyenne Moon advances up to the inside. West Maple with a wide angle to the first turn run. And then we trail back 3 or 4, maybe 5 lengths back to Fawn Leibowitz. The Animal House hunch play is second last and Crowned with Grace. We'll have to run by them all. A dozen links or so from top to bottom, and Fascinator, the odds-on favorite, shows the way up the backside, but has pressure as West Maple and Sanger come to apply the heat after a quarter 24 and 1. Cam's Rockin' Gold to the inside. Cheyenne Moon is fourth. Up on the extreme outside as they head up the backside is Small Town Heroine, who's about 3 lengths off the lead. Fawn Leibowitz tracks them from about 6 lengths off the pace, then Crowned with Grace is still last of them all. They approach the half-mile stage, and Fascinator still showing the way up top. Fascinator a neck to West Maple there from second as they make their entry into the turn. The horseshoe half was 48 and 4. Fascinator and Rodney Prescott trying to dole out those fractions. West Maple in chase mode from second. Cam's Rockin' Gold getting the rein shaken at her from third. Small Town Heroine is fourth. Now splitting horses. Here comes Cheyenne Moon, who's catching the eye and moving well. Fawn Leibowitz and Paquette Pink is under a ride, and Crowned with Grace has nothing but hindquarters and heels in front of her. 3/4, 115 flat, and they lean into the lane. And it's Fascinator and Rodney Prescott still up top with a furlong to go. The lead is 2 as Cheyenne Moon has shifted ground down to the inside in front of Cam's Rockin' Gold down the center. West Maple and everybody else with a 16th to go. Fascinator still there. Fascinator in front by 2 from the backfield. Crowned with Grace running on for the Miners, but up top it's Fascinator, well handled and rationed by Rodney. Won it all. Rodney Prescott and Shannon McGovern team up and go coast to coast there in race number 5 to start the pick 5. Now, race number 6 coming at you here in just about 8 minutes starts the $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba. This is a registered Indiana bred filly 2-year-old, a baby race for the sired Indiana breds. And there are a couple of scratches. Numbers 1 and 6 are both out of here. That leaves us to a field of 7. And right now, all the early money coming in on a horse that's currently 6-5, Crazy Sexy Cool, 10-1 on the morning line. Projected DRF odds, show this one's going to go off somewhere around 3-1. If it wins, it's going to win without me. Now, this filly pedigree doesn't really scream a standout here. The mare I'm not really familiar with. I think this may be her first foal, and the horse has some okay works. But at 6-5, I'm not going to be on board. And at a $1 base bet, if that horse wins, then I'm out okay. But if it doesn't win, it's going to eliminate a lot of people with this horse, and this thing could pay pretty good here. Reduced takeout, $1 base bet, so we'll talk more about that later. But the horse I do like in here is number 2, Miss Candy Pop, 2-1. I think this horse is going to go off shorter than that, somewhere around the 8-5 range. But Rodney Prescott just had that win in the 5th race. Won a 2 in here for Tony Duran. In fact, I like both Tony's horses in here. This one, most recent start was probably the best of the one she's ran yet. She's by notional out of that mare Emmy's Candy, but two races prior to that, she was 4th, beaten 6 lengths in behind Tony Granite's piece and Imperial Malo, who would come back and beat her in the next start there on October 8th. But she's drawn towards the inside. I think she has speed. I think she's going to be in front should she jump well. And these 2-year-old sired Indiana breds, I don't really think they tend to have a lot of depth to them in the mud when to pass somebody and be able to take some spray. And as this track's been listed as good, I just think Miss Candy Pop is going to be tough to run down. Now, her stablemate certainly looks the part to me on paper in the paddock as well, and that's my second choice, number 7, Negra Noche. This is a 2-year-old daughter of Spite Song, also coming from the Antonio Duran stable. This one will get the services of Santos Sanjur, and has a good series of works, good work progression here. She's 3-1, taking a little heat. She's not really overexerting herself in the paddock. Her ears are up, just taking it. I'd like to see Tony in the stall with her here as opposed to his other one, and you see her debuting with that blue shadow roll there as they're about to take the halter off her. But she's by Spite Song out of a mare named Flor de Pariso, who's had a couple of races. One winner, a horse we've seen here this year and last year, El Michicano. Now, that one's won a couple of races from 15 starts. Made a decent amount of money, and it's one that I think you should use on your ticket, Negra Noche. Tony does very well with these Indiana breds, and this one's got a good pedigree line. And I like to see it taking some support here as well. Now, one that's being left alone right now, but I don't think you should sleep on, that's number 3, Amy's Prayer. This one comes from a very, very good trainer, and Bobby Klein has been training down along the banks of Ohio at Belterra Park and has an okay pedigree as well. We'll get the services of Coco Murgia, who I'm sure probably has been working this horse down there. You see Bobby in the red coat. Seen them pulling the stable get today, he and John Corvo. Now, Amy's Prayer is owned by Bob Hamilton. This one is by Prayer for Relief out of that Bien Amy mare, who's by Bodemeister. I think this horse has a sibling that's been running here off and on this meet for Tim Eggleston, Amigo Meister. That's a maiden still, but he's always right there. He made about $20,000. So, an okay pedigree line, Prayer for Relief, pretty good, well-bred. But Bobby always has these horses ready to pop. They're ready to go. First out, he does very well with 2-year-olds. We always see him, mostly see him around Ohio, but when he ships for a reason. And 13-1, he's bringing his rider with him. And this one does have, like I said, pretty good pedigree. Been working over a track that's really heavy. That track is pretty deep down at Belterra. And when horses ship from there, kind of like when you see horses leave Tampa in the spring, they go elsewhere and just skip over the surfaces that they subsequently go to. Now, so I'm going to use those 3 in that aforementioned pick 4, that $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba. I'm going to use the 2, 7, and 3 we talked about, but I'm also going to add another horse in here, as you see on your screen, number 5, Sampatra. Now, this one comes from the barman, Tim Eggleston. So Tim probably hit somewhere around 14%. First-time starter's got a win on the program today. He's having a very good meet, both thoroughbred and quarter horse. And Andre Sciolo was aboard that winner earlier for he and 514 Racing with that air up there. And this is another one that is currently 6-1, should go off somewhere around there. But, looks the part, looks fit, really taking things in the paddock, not getting too hot. So we're going to use that one in addition to the other 3 I spoke about. So 2, 3, 5, 7 in the 6th. And then race race number 7, we'll use 5 horses. We'll use the 1 Aces Honor, probably be a single on a lot of tickets. I think it's even Brian's Hammer Time play of the day. Number 3, Stove from the Brad Cox barn. The 6, Whatever. This one's been dying to get on the turf, but did run a good race last time in a race taken off for Chris Block there when finishing 3rd. Now, number 10, Gramps Legacy for Jerry O'Dwyer is one I'll use as well. And then number 12, Questions Answered for Cherie DeVoe and David and Gordo. I'm sure they're taking in this race from San Diego, and best of luck to them in the Breeders' Cup this week. And Questions Answered debuted at Kentucky Downs on the turf, getting some added distance. I'm sure they probably wanted the grass, but they stayed in here. Liam's Map out of a Bernardini mare, so certainly don't have to have grass, but does need the ground, I believe. Now, race number 8, we'll use 4 horses. Number 1, Gold Wind. That is the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. The 5, CJ Storm. Number 8, Runaway Rojo. And number 10, Kingsbury Road, with those couple of wins on the off-going and a big number there. That takes us to the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. That great mare for Richard Rigney, who's in the house today. Now, the 9th race, number 6, Corningstone, 7-5. Joe Bielmer up for Kenny McPeak, a most recent dominant winner of the Piedi Bianchi handicap back on October 1st. She's earned $879,000 in just 28 races. She's going to be our single. It's a tough sequence. It's a tough sequence for that dollar-based bet. We're going to spread out and then hope for Corningstone to take the Fireball Baby. It's an $80 play. That's the way I see it. Good luck. On the track here for the 6th race, race number 6. Don't forget, take out the 1 and 6. Field of 7 to go. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double. Starts at pick 3, and it starts at $1. Itoba pick 4. The 2-year-old filly Indiana Sires maidens will be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. Two-year-old Indiana-bred sired filly maidens approaching the starting gate less than a minute to get those wagers in, including those on the Itoba Pick 4. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Miss Candy Pop coming up for Nino and Duran. Some Patra. Petra and Andre Shula. Moving in 4-1, taking some late money there. Negra Noche, the other Duran piece, and Amy's Prayer on debut for Bob Hamilton and Bobby Klein going in. Amy's Prayer, 19-1 as Negra Noche.
Chase that bitch. Don't get kicked.
The Black Knight, loosely translated there. This daughter a spite song. Bit anxious in behind the gate here. Even money on Negra Noche. She's gone favorite. Crazy, Sexy, Cool, and Charitable Home the next two. I forgot it for Rick Short up to the outside. That I got it, Mayor. They're at the post. And they are racing. Sluggish beginning for Charitable Home, who broke absolutely flat-footed. Negra Noche, the favorite, reaching on out for the early lead. Miss Candy Pop will chase her from second, and Sampatra away into third position. I Forgot It is fourth. She's climbing just a touch back down the backside. She's about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Amy's Prayer to the inside of her. Crazy, Sexy, Cool is second last, and after that, slow beginning, Charitable Home is last. Negra Noche leads them into the far turn. Sampatra races up into second. Miss Candy Pop back in third. Crazy, Sexy, Cool is catching the eye. She's moving well on the far turn. Here she comes up into third. I Forgot It is next, and it's Amy's Prayer. And Charitable Home a long way last. The quarter 22-4. Negra Noche still up top, and she shows the way at neck. As up on the outside under a heavy drive is Sampatra. Crazy Sexy Cool's been under a heavy ride and catching the eye for a while. She's on the wrong lead by the furlong grounds, but she's up into a joint second. Negra Noche by the 16th pole. Her lead's two. Crazy Sexy Cool. Miss Candy Pop on a rebid, but it's a debut eye-catching win here for Negra Noche. She was fast out of the blocks and took them all the way. She won by almost 4. Crazy Sexy Cool there in a photo with Miss Candy Pop. I Forgot It for the Short family was fourth. The running time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107.98 seconds. Negra Noche, that daughter a spite song out of the first Samurai mare, will give that Ford Pariso mare her first winner here as Negra Noche goes gate to wire for Rancho Monarco. It's a homebred, and it's a homebred winner in 107.4. Placing judges posting your top 5 finishers with that pentafecta wager offered. The winner number 7, Negra Noche. Second, number 8, Crazy, Sexy, Cool. Third, number 2, Miss Candy Pop. And fourth, number 9, I Forgot It. Finishing fifth for the penta was number 5, Sampatra, 78295. 78295, the pentafecta numbers here in race number 6. And here she is into the winner's circle. Impressive winner on debut, number 7, Negra Noche. A 2-year-old dark bay brown daughter by Spite Song out of the first Samurai mare, Flor de Pariso. The winner is owned and bred by Rancho Monarca LLC of Katie and Tony Duran. The winning trainer is Tony Duran and Santo Sanjur. The winning jockey, number 7, Negra Noche, breaks maiden at first asking and goes 22-4, 48 flat, 101 flat, 107.98 seconds for the 5.5 furlongs on this offgoing. Negra Noche down to even money. Home a winner to start the $1 Itoba pick 4. And the 6th race official, the winner $420, $3.210. Dime Super $15.98. The pick 3 $64.75. The 7-8 exacta $16.40. The trifecta $9.70. The daily double 9 and 7 $19.20. The Dime Super $6.16. Up next, race number 7 in 19 minutes. In the 7th race, you're minded taking off the turf for that 2-year-old maiden. Mile 70 on the main. Take out numbers 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. The 12 draws in. The 3 gets Mitchell Merle. And race number 7 offers pentafecta wagering as well in 19 minutes. They are racing. Sluggish beginning for Charitable Home, who broke absolutely flat-footed. Negra Noche, the favorite, reaching on out for the early lead. Miss Candy Pop will chase her from second, and Sampatra away into third position. I Forgot It is fourth. She's climbing just a touch back down the backside. She's about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Amy's Prayer to the inside of her. Crazy, Sexy, Cool is second last, and after that slow beginning, Charitable Home is last. Negra Noche leads him into the far turn. Sampatra races up into second. Miss Candy Pop back in third. Crazy, Sexy, Cool is catching the eye. She's moving well on the far turn. Here she comes up into third. I Forgot It is next. Then it's Amy's Prayer. And Charitable Home a long way last. The quarter 22-4. Negra Noche still up top, and she shows the way at neck. As up on the outside under a heavy drive is Sampatra. Crazy Sexy Cool's been under a heavy ride and catching the eye for a while. She's on the wrong lead by the furlong grounds, but she's up into a joint second. Negra Noche by the 16th pole. Her leads to Crazy Sexy Cool. Miss Candy Pop on a rebid, but it's a debut eye-catching win here for Negra Noche. She was fast out of the blocks and took them all the way. She won by almost 4. Crazy Sexy Cool there in a photo with Miss Candy Pop. I Forgot It.
Tony Duran had that one ready to go at first, asking Negra Noche. Breaks alertly, never looks back, returns 420 to win in that race number 6. We move along, kicking off more rolling, pick threes, daily doubles. In here, this one originally carded me on the turf, now on a main track. In here, scratch 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13 as well. This is the hammer time for me. And yes, I do know this race is off the turf, and I was aware of it when I made it the hammer time. A 2-year-old chestnut by Code of Honor was $24,000 purchase last year in 2024. Pocket Aces Racing teaming up with Ethan West. They debuted here September 17th at Horseshoe Indianapolis and ran a much better than it looks. Third place finish, beat over half the field home. They're only beaten by a length on the turf. Now, they were entered to be back on the turf course today, but I've been fortunate to watch those workouts over at Keeneland. This horse does just fine on the dirt. Handles the dirt, has been beating some workmates as well down on the inside in those works, so I'm not concerned about the inside draw. Had tactical speed on debut. Closed willingly in there. I think there's plenty of upside in here, and we're going to get a fair price as well. But what I will say is it's not very smart at all to give a hammer time right into the face of 2 Brad Cox trainees. And that's exactly what we have here. But the good news is, on the toes, on the muscle, looks damn good down here in the walking ring. Plenty fit for Aces Honor for Pocket Aces Racing. And we're going to get fair value on the hammer time today. 4-1 on the board for Aces Honor because the lone start on the turf. The mare, Too Cool to Dance, she was all turf. She was 6 for 8 on the turf. She ran up in New York. She's done very well in the racing department, not as successful thus far early in her career as a broodmare. She produced one heat who's primarily been on the turf, but did put up a 62 buyer in a stakes race on the dirt at Ellis Park as well. So Aces Honor, a good-looking sort in here, 7-2 for the hammer time play. But the 6 is whatever. Chris Block and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Richard Perkins in here. Homebred for Richard Perkins over in Kentucky. This 2-year-old colt by Looking at Lucky tries the dirt for the second time. In fact, they were entered on the turf here October 8th, got ran off on a fast main track, and chased Candy King and High Go all the way around. Now, they were never really a threat to win. I do like that Marcelino is going to be aboard yet again off that third place finish. They finished third in the 9-horse field. The top 2 never stopped. They went quick, whatever, stayed on willingly. I think this horse can improve second time at Horseshoe, second time in the dirt, and is 8-1 on the board for whatever, who's by Looking at Lucky out of Love This Kitten, who was a 9-time winner, but almost all of the success came on the turf for the mare. But she's been producing winners on dirt races plenty. In fact, she's produced 17 winners on the dirt in her career with 37% win rate as well. Whatever is a half to Oiver, who was a 20-time winner for Chris Block himself and Richard Perkins, Illinois bred, banked over $1 million. So there's high expectations for whatever being by Love This Kitten. Down for the Brad Cox trainees, he's got the $300,000 son of Into Mischief for West Paces Racing and Donegal Racing. Jose Gutierrez is going to be calling the shots in here for Brad Cox. He enters in 2. This one has been freshened up since August 27th. Gets the 5-pound weight break, gets the blinkers on. Into Mischief, out of quality way. There's a lot to like about the breeding, of course, with Into Mischief. This one is a half to Market Street, who's banked over $364,000 for Aaron Shorter. Actually just ran second about a month ago with Joseph Bielmer aboard in a nice optional claimer over at Churchill Downs. Plenty of siblings have had a lot of success on the dirt. I think this horse can handle the dirt as well. Otherwise would not have stayed in. Has been freshened, has been training consistently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and gets the blinkers on. But the stablemate is taking the lion's share of the wagering at this point. Stowey is favored. The 2-year-old colt by Nyquist is a Godolphin homebred, donning those classic blue silks with the blinkers going on. Was the beaten favorite at 5-2, was never involved. Last race, we'll see if there's improvement on the horizon. But the hammer time is going to go through Aces Honor in here at 7-2 as we're 5 minutes away from race number 7. Good luck.
track here for race number 7. This is a 2-year-old maiden event, a maiden special weight. The race has been taken off the turf, a mile 70 on the main. Race number 7. Scratch the 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. 2, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 are out. The 12 has drawn in. Change the jockey on the 3 to Mitchell Merle. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 7 at Horseshoe in just a couple. The maiden 2-year-olds approaching the starting gate less than a minute. Here they come to load in for race number 7 with this Pentafecta offered. The field of 7 approaching the starting gate, a mile 70 on this good main surface. Starts the final thoroughbred pick 3. Races 7, 8, and 9. It starts that pick 3 with the 2 handicaps going as races 8 and 9. And then we'll close out the show with that 2-year-old allowance race for the quarter horses to go 350. Stowe coming up for Godolphin. Aces Honor moving in. Here's Stowe. Stowe and Mitchell Merle. Whatever's in. Ghost Tales. Gramps Legacy. Quality Mischief with the blinkers on going in. Question answered. Question answered to the outside. Question answered. Stretching out on dirt debut. They're at the post. They are racing. Stowe bounces out with those blinkers on. Aces Honor also flashing speed. Quality Mischief, whatever. There goes Graham's Legacy and questions answered. The 6 across the course, and Ghost Tales is 7th and trailing. So a real logjam and scrum to get up top, and the one that clears off as they work around the opening turn is Graham's Legacy in front. A length and a half. Question answered will track from the second spot. Stowe with the equipment change, blinkers on, races to the inside of Quality Mischief, whatever in the orange, stacks up 5th, about 3 deep on the run around the turn. Aces Honor is second last as they turn up the backside. Ghost Tales still trails. That's the 7 of them through a quarter, 23 and 3. Gramps Legacy, that son up fantastic, shows the way by just about a length. Question answered to the outside there from second. 3 deep, whatever. Down on the inside, Stowe. Between those two, Quality Mischief. Meanwhile, Aces Honors is within striking range, about 4 off the top, and Ghost Tales still trails. 48 and 4 the time for Gramps Legacy, as question answered, keen to go on to the outside. Whatever in the orange, Perkins Silks continue to race wide from third. Stowe is fourth. From between horses, still within striking range as they work around the turn is Quality Mischief. Meanwhile, Aces Honor is begging for room along the inside. He's full of run, but right now needs some daylight as Ghost Tales still trails. Well, question answered takes over the lead. Question answered off the turn with a length lead, whatever to the outside. Meanwhile, Quality Mischief's going to go 4 deep. Aces Honor and the Red Silks finally found room, is coming up to the inside with a furlong to go. Question answered still up top. Aces Honor is loose and charging down the center. Quality Mischief 1/16 to go. Question answered, the son of Liam's Map, showing the way, and it's a dirt debut stretch out photo here for Quality Mischief to the outside, who is debuting on the dirt, and question answered to the inside. Those two in a tight photo finish. Brad Cox to the outside, Cherie DeVoe to the inside. Quality Mischief may have got the better of the Bobs, but that will take a photo in 1:45 and 1. Either way, dirt debut winner here. Photo finish. Thrilling stretch drive here. Lunging up to the outside. Quality Mischief and the Bug Boy at 2.5 to 1. Getting into the frame there. To the inside was question answered. Those two in that head bobber. Finished a few lengths in front of whatever, who I think was third. And then an unlucky Aces Honor followed up next by Stowe. And the running time 1:45.33 seconds. Photo finish. And indeed, number 4, Quality Mischief, did get there. Quality Mischief, the son of Into Mischief on dirt debut, gets it done here, 2.5 to 1. Second, number 12, question answered. Third, number 6, whatever. Fourth goes 1, Aces Honor. And fifth, number 3, Stowe. 4, 12, 6, 1, 3. 4, 12, 6, 1, 3, the high five numbers. Into the winner's circle, up in time, number 4, Quality Mischief, a 2-year-old bay colt by Into Mischief, out of the Quality Road mare named Quality Way. This winner is owned by West Paces Racing LLC in partnership with Donegal Racing, the winning trainer Brad Cox, and the Bug Boy, Jose Gutierrez. Up top, Quality Mischief breaks the maiden on the dirt debut here, stretches out to the mile 70 just fine, 1:45.33 seconds. Quality Mischief, bred in Kentucky by Robert and Luana Lowe. The winner returns 760, 380, 320. Pick 3, 2680, dime pentafecta, $92.32. That's the 412.613 pentafecta, 412.613. Exacta $30.20. The try 43.80, the double 28.40, the dime super $34.50 for that 412.61 combination. 7 down, 3 to go. Up next, race number 8, the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. $55,000 guaranteed here for the Indiana bred 3 and ups to go a mile and 16th. In the 8th race, number 12, Looking for Glory, will be ridden by the gentleman that just won, Jose Gutierrez. Full gate of 12 here for the Strong Tide. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, pick 3, and grand high 5 wagering. Post time in 24 minutes. They are racing. Stowe bounces out with those blinkers on. Ace's Honor also flashing speed. Quality Mischief, whatever. There goes Graham's Legacy and questions answered. The 6 across the course, and Ghost Tales is 7th and trailing. So a real logjam and scrum to get up top, and the one that clears off as they work around the opening turn is Graham's Legacy in front. A length and a half. Question answered will track from the second spot. Stowe with the equipment change, blinkers on, races to the inside of Quality Mischief, whatever, in the orange, stacks up 5th, about 3 deep on the run around the turn. Ace's Honor is second last as they turn up the backside. Ghost Tail still trails. That's the 7 of them through a quarter, 23 and 3. Graham's Legacy, that son up fantastic, shows the way by just about a length. Question answered to the outside there from second. 3 deep, whatever. Down on the inside, Stowe. Between those two, Quality Mischief. Meanwhile, Ace's Honors is within striking range, about 4 off the top, and Ghost Tail still trails. 48 and 4 the time for Graham's Legacy as question answered, keen to go on to the outside, whatever, and the orange Perkins Silks continue to race wide from third. Stowe is 4th from between horses, still within striking range as they work around the turn is Quality Mischief. Meanwhile, Ace's Honor is begging for room along the inside. He's full of run, but right now needs some daylight as Ghost Tail still trails. Well, question answered takes over the lead. Question answered off the turn with a length lead, whatever, to the outside. Meanwhile, Quality Mischief's going to go 4 deep. Ace's Honor and the Red Sox finally found room, is coming up to the inside with a furlong to go. Question answered still up top. Ace's Honor is loose and charging down the center. Quality Mischief, 1/16 to go. Question answered, the son of Liam's Map, showing the way, and it's a dirt debut stretch out photo here for Quality Mischief to the outside, who is debuting on the dirt, and question answered to the inside. Those two in a
2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the 2500 Veterans Day Handicapping Contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Might need to grab my mic. 11 minutes to race 8. I was writing stuff down and just heard that they said they're going to seal the track. Is that correct? So we're going to seal the track for the rest of the day. The rain, third wardrobe change. I'm not trying to be annoying, but first I had a green dress, then I switched it. Went down to interview Orlando Mojica and his son Orlando Jr. and about them riding in a race together, father and son. And when I went down there, it is nasty out there, guys. It's worse than what it looks like on the camera. And now the rain has started. But we are fine with that because we have got some horses in this 8th race that know what they're doing. This is the Strong Tide overnight handicap. Strong Tide was owned, I believe bred as well, and trained by Mike and Penny Lauer. Very, very successful Indiana bred here in the state, and he ran in a lot of big races outside of the state too. And I said it on the show earlier, if you're just tuning in. I remember about, I think 4 or 5 years ago on Kentucky Derby Day, he was in the undercard, and I'd seen Mike. Usually when he's going to win, he acts a certain way. I was like, he has a live horse today. Went off at 11-1, and I gave it to everyone in the VIP room, and they loved it. I felt like a genius that day. But yeah, this is a nice race, and it's named after a very nice horse. Let's get right into it with the 1 here, Goldwyn. Now, this morning it was muddy, then it went to good, now it's sealed. You know, Klopp and Fernando, good connections here. This one was bred by Christine Cagle and owned. Goldwyn is a 3-year-old gelding who's making his 10th lifetime start. 5 of those starts, 5 of the 9 have been in the money, including 2 wins. So I think the recent form is what got me here, especially that last race where it was taken off. Now, it did end up fast that day in those allowance races. 84 and 83 Brisnet Speed form. This is just a horse that went straight to the lead and just did not give up. Really dug in. Overcame an awkward start a couple back before that and still won by 4.5 at a mile and a 16th. Now today we're going the mile and a 16th as well. So I like both of those races. There are some in here I think that are a little, could possibly, you know, have more, really honestly, it's just the off track for me. He looks good. He's on the muscle. He's been yanking his groom around. He definitely looks like he's ready to go today, almost a little bit. 2 says he's trying to get him to slow down before he runs right into that 8, which is my next horse, the 8, right in front of him. Runaway Rojo. Jimmy Mack and I talked about this on the pre-race show today, but Runaway Rojo is just such a tough horse. He really is a tough horse. Look at him, all class, walking around there. Looks great, looks fit for a 5-year-old. Imagine, you know, you get this one from that April OBS sale for $120, and he's earned you $315 almost. So draw a line through the last one. If you look at August 20th in the Bucaro, won by a neck with an 87. Didn't put forth his best effort in the last one. That race was crazy. And CJ Storm won at very high odds. It was a full horse field. He kind of got a little wide and then didn't really seem like engaged. But that was only a 79. He runs an 87. You know, he's ran some big numbers before. So if he can run to 2 back in the Bucaro, he's the one. Ramos is up here for Steve Asmussen. Ramos is in fuego right now, and he really is trying to catch Fernando. So keep an eye on him. If he's got a horse that's live, I would put him in there. This horse has also kind of will either be on or near the lead. But he has ran from off, just 2 back when he won by a neck. He was 5.5 off the leader there. Man, my 1 is just trying to steal my 8's attention here. Yeah, they're all raring to go. It's windy. That also, I don't know if you guys know that, well, wind sort of makes horses a little bit on edge too. So I'll give him an excuse for that. CJ Storm, couldn't leave this guy out. He's 5-1. Burgos is aboard, Mr. Alberto Burgos, who has been aboard for predominantly 2025 for this guy. And man, he kind of, I'm not gonna lie to you, he'll put in a couple good ones and then not. Then he'll put in a good one and then not. I don't want to say he bounces per se, but he has that kind of runny style. Like he'll throw in a couple and then not that much. You know, he wins the William Henry Harrison at 6 furlongs, and he goes to the Nobody Listens, and just he was through at the beginning. Then he put up an 84 to miss by 1 length in that 6 furlong allowance race. Tiz Eddie was in there, Mollystown was in there. And then in the Empire, we switch over to 2 turns, which, you know, talk about versatile. I mean, this guy he's ran 35 times, been to the winner's circle 7 times, 3 seconds, 3/3. He's just knows his job. John Heron, the trainer, co-owns this guy with Janet Watt, and Charles Watt, and he's just a tough knocking guy. And then he comes back and wins the Too Much Coffee at the distance today. He is not finished though, in the money, so that made me a little nervous. I did put him in for 3rd, but it definitely has been some runaway winners today, you guys. That you like Jimmy Mack and I said during the show, it sets up for this when the track has gotten some moisture in it. So I'm thinking it's going to be the inside and the speed here with the 1, my top selection, Goldwyn. Right now the 8, Runaway Rojo, your favorite in the 8th race. We also have another one. We have the Fireball Baby, who's one of my all-time favorites in race 9. Shout out to Phil Bauer and Richard Rigney, who are here in the house today. Can't wait to see you guys down there. I put in an order for good weather, but we didn't get it. Sorry. Good luck.
On the track for the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. This is an Indiana-bred handicap for 3-year-olds and up to go a mile and 16th. Jockey change on the 12 to Jose Gutierrez. Strong Tide Overnight Handicap named in honor of the second richest Indiana-bred of all time, Strong Tide, who hailed from the Mike Lauer barn. He completed his career with $910,639, the son of Dreamin' Big, multiple stakes winner and track record holder at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. Race offers win, play, show, exacta try, super, daily double, pick 3, and 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering. The field for the Strong Tide, the field of 12, will be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. approaching the gate, less than a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. Runaway Rojo, the Bucaro winner, coming up. Double Dog Justice and the Paquette Pink moving forward. CJ Storm and the Red and Black Silks coming in as there's movement down towards the inside from Mowens. Jockey off Mowens. Looks like Mowens will probably be backed out of the starting gate here. Indeed, Mowens has been backed out of the starting gate. And now, Evan Roman giving a leg back up to Mowens. They'll load back in once again. Walks right in, no problem. That 6-year-old gelding by Mo Heyman. CJ Storm has moved in. Kingsbury Road, the two-time off-track winner, has loaded. Up comes Take It and Run. Couple left, waiting on Positive Change. And Looking for Glory, the last to load. Looking for Glory, and Jose Gutierrez will load up to the outside. Full gate of 12 here for the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. Looking for Glory is in. They're at the post. And they are off. In the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap, and Goldwind bounces out well. Take It and Run will try to pressure that one up from the outside. Little Jake hustled out into the third position. The Too Much Coffee winner, CJ Storm, is away in the fourth position. Runaway Rojo, the Bucaro winner, is fifth early, shaded by Double Dog Justice to the outside to Paquette Pink. Meanwhile, saving every yard, Zolo down towards the inside with Rodney is next and about 7 off the pace. Then a couple lengths for the back as they work around that turn is Kingsbury Road, and about 5 or 6 back to the Empire winner, Highest Memories, who's 2 in front as they turn up the backside from Looking for Glory. Then 5 or 6 lengths further back to Mowens, who is a long way last, probably 25 lengths out of it after a quarter, 23 seconds flat, and it's Goldwind showing the way. Take It at the Run, applying the heat. These two have quickly cleared off by 6 or 7 to Little Jake, who's back into third. 2 lengths for the back. CJ Storm, the Too Much Coffee winner, now starting to be an ass to quicken, has raced up into a joint third, 5 or 6 in front of Runaway Rojo. Then it is Double Dog Justice in the Peak Silks with about 10 or 11 lengths to raise, and down towards the inside is Zolo, half mile, 46 seconds flat. Goldwind still the leader outside the quarter pole, still being pressed by Take It and Run. They still about 6 or 7 back to Runaway Rojo, who comes up to the outside of Little Jake and is gaining ground as they reach the top of the home stretch, and Goldwind still there, still confronted by Take It and Run. Up the inside comes Little Jake and trying to split horses. Double Dog Justice is full of run with nowhere to go and lifting off down the center. Here's Little Jake, and Little Jake up and after the lead with a 16th to go. And then there is Kingsbury Road, who's coming at him and coming on two as they race down towards a wire. Kingsbury Road. Kingsbury Road now a 3-time synthetic winner. Looking for Glory was next. Then it was Runaway Roho to the outside was Zolo. Down towards the inside, then it was Take It and Running, Double Dog Justice. But Kingsbury Road for Bob Gorham, now a 3-time winner on the synthetic, on the off-track, takes the Strong Tide Overnight in 1:45 and 2. Number 10, Kingsbury Road with that wide sweeping move running down the pace setters, posted as your unofficial winner. Second, number 12, Looking for Glory. Third was the 8, Runaway Roho. Photo for fourth. 10, 12, 8, and a photo. Kingsbury Road, that 4-year-old gelded son of Bridals Express, owns a couple of wins. In fact, 2 wins, a second and a third place finish from 4 wet dirt starts prior to this. Proves best here in the Strong Tide Overnight handicap at 5-1. Again, 10, 12, 8 in a photo. 10, 12, 8 in a photo finish. Couple of wins on the day for Luis Contreras. Still waiting for that photo for fourth. 10, 12, 8 in a photo. Entering the winner's circle. Your unofficial winner of the Strong Tide Overnight, that's number 10, Kingsbury Road, a 4-year-old big eldest son by Unbridles Express out of the Artie Schiller mare named Glamour Queen. The winner's owned by Marion Gorham, trained by Bob Gorham, and ridden to victory by Luis Contreras. That's 2 wins on the card for Contreras. Number 10, Kingsbury Road, bred in Indiana by Tommy Wentz. Now the number 10, Kingsbury Road, a 6-time winner from 18 starts. That's his 3rd off-track win. And he covered the mile in 16th in 1:45 and 2. Now we will direct your attention into the winner's circle, where a presentation being made to the winners of the Strong Tide Handicap, Kingsbury Road, Marion Gorham, Bob Gorham, Luis Contreras, for their victory here in the Strong Tide, alongside for the ceremony, Director of Racing Chris Polson, Assistant Race Secretary Chris Kamak, and others here as the 8th race is unofficial. Now, we do have the 4th place finisher, number 4, Zolo. Number 4, Zolo, has been posted as your 4th place finisher. 5th for the high 5, number 6, Take It and Run. 10, 12, 8, 4, 6. 10, 12, 8, 4, 6 unofficial. So 5-1 over 88-1, over 5-1, over 24-1, over 2-1. That's official. Kingsbury Road takes out the Strong Tide, $13, $640, $460. No winners in the Penta. That will carry into the upcoming Fireball Baby handicap. I'll get you that carryover momentarily. Exacta $660.40. The try $1,185.20. The double 4 and 10, $69.40. The pick 3, $45.55. Now the pentafecta went unsolved. That carries into the upcoming ninth race, $4,196.05. Again, $4,196.05. Dime Super, that was worth $2,346.87. Up next now, race number 9, the aforementioned the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. This is the filly mare division of that mile and 16th handicap. Now, in the upcoming 9th race, we do have a field of 10 to square off here. Win Play Show Exacta Try Super Daily Double. And also that Grand High Five with that carryover offered here as well in 19 minutes. We have our winners in the weekly winners in the Racing Rachel Warriors contest. Today's winner, Carrie Worth. Carrie Worth takes out the first place prize of $100. Matt Kiewakowski picked his way to second there for $75, and Alan Combs was third, receiving $25. The Racing Rachel Warriors weekly winners there. Carrie Worth, Matt Kiewakowski, and Alan Combs. They go 1, 2, 3 here. They are off in the Strong Tide Overnight Handicap. And Goldwind bounces out well. Take It and Run. We'll try to pressure that one up from the outside. Little Jake hustled out into the third position. The Too Much Coffee winner, CJ Storm, is away in the fourth position. Runaway Rojo, the Bacara winner, is fifth early. Shaded by Double Dog Justice to the outside, the Paquette Pink. Meanwhile, saving every yard. Zolo down towards the inside with Rodney is next and about 7 off the pace. Then a couple lengths for the back as they work around that turn is Kingsbury Road, and about 5 or 6 back to the Empire winner, Highest Memories, who's 2 in front as they turn up the backside from Looking for Glory. Then 5 or 6 lengths further back to Mullins, who is a long way last, probably 25 lengths out of it after a quarter, 23 seconds flat, and it's Goldwind showing the way. Take It at the run, applying the heat. These two have quickly cleared off by 6 or 7 to Little Jake, who's back into third. 2 lengths for the back, CJ Storm, the Too Much Coffee winner, now starting to be an ass to quicken, has raced up into a joint third, 5 or 6 in front of Runaway Rojo. Then it is Double Dog Justice in the Peak Silks with about 10 or 11 lengths to raise, and down towards the inside is Zolo, half mile, 46 seconds flat. Goldwind still the leader outside the quarter pole, still being pressed by Take It and Run. They still about 6 or 7 back to Runaway Rojo, who comes up to the outside of Little Jake and is gaining ground as they reach the top of the home stretch, and Goldwind still there, still confronted by Take It and Run. Up the inside comes Little Jake and trying to split horses. Double Dog Justice is full of run with nowhere to go and lifting off down the center. Here's Little Jake, and Little Jake up and after the lead with a 16th to go. And then there is Kingsbury Road, who's coming at him and coming on too as they race down towards a wire. Kingsbury Road. Kingsbury Road now a 3-time synthetic winner. Looking for Glory was next. Then it was Runaway Rojo to the outside was Zolo. Down towards the inside, then it was Take It and Run and Double Dog Justice. But Kings
We are 9 minutes to race 9. Woo! It is really cold outside, but I think that this is going to be an amazing race. I'm really excited about the Fireball Baby Overnight, a mare very near and dear to my heart. Richard Rigney owned. Phil Bauer was the conditioner, and she was just shy of $600,000 in earnings. Just a wonderful mare. I remember the first time she ever won a stakes race here. I think we were still Indiana Grand or something, or Indiana Live. It was so amazing. And Richard's daughters came out, twins, and they did the interview. It was, he said, one of the highlights of his racing career. He's gone on to own many more wonderful horses, so I don't know if that still stands. But we're going to talk about the Fireball Baby Overnight here. And I didn't go with the 6 Corningstone, who, interestingly enough, is probably one of the top earners. Left my notes upstairs about the earnings, but she has earned $879,000. I'm not sure how that compares to some of the others. Piedi Bianchi was up there, I know that. We had a race named after her too, but Corningstone is crushing it. I'm gonna go to the 3 though in here. I just have a feeling about Beach Dancer today. This horse did run over an off track once, and it was a winner. You kind of got to go back. It wasn't slop, though. It was a good track. So there's some other horses that do have a true off-turf form, including Cornerstone, and I get it. But this is one of those races today that I thought maybe might not be her day. And Beach Dancer is home and cooled out, as I like to say. Out of the last 4 that this horse has ran have been very, very commanding wins, and then only beaten a neck in the August 20th try. But what has always gets action on the tote board, except today, 14-1. Beach Dancer was bred by Deanne and Greg Bayer, Springs Cliff Farm, and she's owned by 514 Racing. I love Mitchell Merle. I think he's going to do a great job for Tim Eggleston here today. High percentage connections. Yeah, and that win was nice. The good track was a sprint race, but it was one of the other commanding wins that she's had by 5.5. She's got that early speed, and Mitchell and Tim have gotten together out of 10 of their races together. They have been 6 in the money, including 3 wins. So definitely one that you want to keep an eye on here. And I'm going with the upset against Corningstone. The 8, we also have Louder Than Words from the Tony Granite's barn. We're just talking about some of the top earners in there with some of the trainers. We were trying to think. Lady Foghorn was one of them. That was trained by Tony Granite. She had her own race as well. But Louder Than Words, I think gets a nice spot here today. And this horse has ran on and off track as well. It was good. It was a nice effort. It was a 3rd, so not anything crazy. But this horse loves this distance today. We're going a mile and a 16th, and Louder Than Words loves it. Horse has had 5 of its 9 wins at a mile and a 16th and 4 seconds. But just a horse that's, right there in it. Was second in the Piedi Bianchi, who I just mentioned. It got taken off at a mile and a 16th on August 20th, ended up winning the Peony. Just a tough mare, and Tony does great with tough mares. I'm telling you, he's had great ones before, and Louder Than Words definitely is one of those, amassing $548,000 in her career as well. And then I'm going to go to Corningstone. This one trained by Mr. Kenneth McPeak, who just recently retired Torpedo Anna. But Corningstone gets Beelmere aboard here, and he rode her to victory in the last race she ran, which was the Piedi Bianchi over Louder Words and Gin and Class in there. So I get why she's the favorite. I think she's deserved it. I'm not going to eat 1 to 2, but I always say I take favorites if they're deserving. I'm not saying that she's not deserving, but I am going to try to beat her today, just given the circumstances. These races weren't made for turf, but I think that it's a cold, rainy, wet day, and I think it offers some improvement for some other horses that are a little bit on a hot streak recently. And I found that form recently with the 3 to look really good with Beach Dancer, but not taking anything away from Cornerstone. Definitely hard to knock her at all, because she put up 85, recent form of 88 at Churchill. She won that last race, like I said. She's got early speed, but really she doesn't like to be on the lead. She's more of a want to be near the lead type horse, but not going to probably send for, go straight to gate to wire. She's normally a length or 2 off the pace. And honestly, on today,
we've seen it. Being on the lead's going to work out for her. Sharp work coming into this race on October 22nd. To her credit as well, and a bullet on September 25th after that September 13th try going into that win. So kind of the same situation with the work, a work and then ran really well, a work, and then let's see if we can't go get her to do that again. 386 though for me, I'm hoping for the upset with the 3 in this race. Beach Dancer, good luck.
Fillies and Mares stepping trackside here for race number 9 at Horseshoe Indy. Race number 9, the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. Purse $55,000, an Indiana-bred filly mare 3 and up handicap to race 1 mile and 16th. This is named in honor of Fireball Baby. She's the co-owner of most Indiana Premier wins by a horse in the history, with 7 joining Ellen's Lucky Star and Unreachable Star. She retired with $597,064 in earnings. She was owned by Richard Rigney and trained by Phil Bauer. Those gentlemen are on hand here today. The Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap has a field of 10 to go 1 mile and 16th with no program change. Really contentious field here. All 10 fillies and mares. Earnings in excess of $100,000. And Corningstone right now 2-5, the all-time winning female Indiana bred, with $879,000 in earnings. Field of 10, 2-5 on that one, and they'll be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. Win, play, show, exacta try, super, daily double, pentafecta wager, and don't forget that high five carryover. $4,196 goes into this pool here, and you have a 2-5 shot. Good luck. The field for the Fireball Baby overnight handicap has turned. They are approaching the starting gate. Field of 10 to travel a mile and 16th, approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Fireball Baby handicap. Lil Jen in class. 1 2 in here for 514 Racing going up. In goes Temple Painter. Beats Dancer, louder than words, the next two to move forward. Beats Dancer, a daughter of cloud computing, has gone in. Sassy Katie. A little more Kraken will be the next. To move forward. C. Certo. C. Certo. Coming up to the true center gate. Shanna Domar to the outside. She's in. They're at the post. They are racing to a level beginning in the Fireball Baby overnight handicap. Lil Jen in class. There goes Temple Painter. Beach Dancer, Flashing Speed. Cicerto is up in the early go as well as Louder Than Words. The 9-time winner came away racing 5th at about 6 off the pace as they work around that opening turn. Then it is Lil More Kraken who settles long in 6th, about 7 or 8 off the pace. Shanna Domar is next. Couple links further back, Corning Stone races about a dozen links off the lead as they work around that turn, and Sassy Katie is second last, and at the back of the pack early, it's Forever, as they're really strung out about 15 links top to bottom. They head up the backside in the Fireball Baby. In the quarter on the board for Beach Dancer, 23 and 2. So Beach Dancer shows the way up the backside, a long link to C. Certo from second. Temple Painter, the First Lady winner, racing in third, a couple links in front to Lil Jen in class, who is in fourth. Louder Than Words is fifth as they head up the backside. The half mile on the board, 47 and 4. Beach Dancer still leading. C. Certo. Temple Painter now draws a closer third. Here comes Louder Than Words to the outside of Lil Jen in class. Sassy Katie with a wide angle now starting to run. Here comes Corning Stone. White helmet with the blue and white silks. A waiting room. She's splitting horses. She's up into fourth as they race around the turn. 3/4, 113 and 2. And they race towards the top of the home stretch in the Fireball Baby overnight. In Temple Painter in the maroon silks, but way out wide. Here comes the threatening presence of Corning Stone. In between those two, Louder Than Words up the inside. Lil Jen in class inside the furlong grounds. Wow, look at this turn of foot. Corning Stone just ran by them all with a 16th to go. Corning Stone is widening here in the Fireball Baby, and Corning Stone is now a 10-time winner. She's the all-time richest Indiana bred filly, and she pushes her earnings to over $900,000 and gets it done in 146 flat. Judges posting the uber talented number 6 Corning Stone as the race winner. Second, number 8 Louder Than Words. They've called for a photograph for the third placing. 6-8 photo. 6-8 photo. Corning Stone, that 5-year-old multiple stake winner, winning by a couple lengths here. Louder Than Words And then a tight photo there for third, Lil Jen in class, It's Forever. So 6-8 photo finish here in the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. They end up covering the mile and 16th at winning time for Corning Stone, 146 flat. Result of the photograph showed that number 7, It's Forever, flew up into third position. Fourth, number 1, Lil Jen in class. Fifth goes to Temple Painter. So the pentafecta numbers with that big carryover, 68712. 68712. Again, the grand high five, that pentafecta, 68712. In the winner's circle, here she is once again, number 6, Corningstone, a 5-year-old bay mare by Cantharos out of the Street Sense mare named Ice Woman. The winner is owned by Payson Stud Incorporated in partnership with RTA Trust, the winning trainer Kenny McPeak, and the winning jockey Joe Bilmer. Number 6, Corningstone, now a 10-time winner. It's her 6th here over this surface. Again, pushes her earnings to over $900,000. She has been declared your official winner. $3, $2.10, $2.10. Dime Super, $5, 2 cents. Exacta, $9.60. The Try, $7.80. The Double, $20. The Pick 4, $226.60. The Pick 5, $390.45. A Pentafecta, $33.90. Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention into the winner's circle where the presentation is being made to the winning connections of the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap, or the connections of Fireball Baby. Rigneys and Bowers up in the winner's circle, making the presentation here to Corningstone, Payson Stud, RTA Trust, Kenny McPeak, and Joe Bilmer for their victory here in the Fireball Baby Overnight Handicap. And the 10th race is up next. 10th race to close out this Wednesday show. It's a 2-year-old allowance race to go 350 yards. Again, race number 10 in 16 minutes over this sealed track. This sealed track, 350 yards. Again, it's 2-year-old non-winners of 2 allowance race purse, $18,500. And they'll be at the gate in 15 minutes.
Well, I could not pass up the opportunity to talk to the connections of Fireball Baby. She was such a special mare, personally to me too. It was so fun to watch her win, and it was some of my first really big stakes interviews when I came here to Indiana Downs, so I was really, really excited. This is Richard Rigney, but we're going to talk to this, so tell everybody your name.
Hi, I'm Claire Rigney.
Claire, was the interview that I did, was it the first or second stakes that she won?
It was the second stakes.
Because I interviewed you and then you couldn't make it, so you sent the girls.
Yeah, we were at Necker Island with Richard Branson, and we were actually having dinner with him, and we left dinner to watch the race, and then Claire was the one who accepted the trophy.
So Claire, your sister can't be here. She was also that day, but what did it mean to you to watch Fireball Baby? I know you guys just loved her to death.
Fireball Baby is a very special horse to me. She's the reason that I've loved horses and I've been riding for so long now. So it's just awesome to see like where she's come and like all these amazing things that she's accomplished, and even having a stakes race named after her now. It's just so awesome.
Well, congratulations, and thank you guys so much for making the trip. I really miss you guys around here.
We miss you too. And Fireball Baby's doing great. She's a broodmare now. We had Liam's map, and now she's in full 2 practical joke.
Oh my gosh.
So
right.
yeah, we're doing really great with her. She's doing wonderful.
A good mama. Well, congratulations. And we love you too, Tammy, standing over there. And thanks to Phil and the boys for coming. That'll be it for Thoroughbred Racing this evening. But we do have a quarter horse race, so stick around for Martha's expert analysis. Good luck.
Post. They are racing to a level beginning in the Fireball Baby overnight handicap. Lil Jen in class. There goes Temple Painter. Beach Dancer Flashing Speed Cicerto is up in the early go as well as Louder Than Words. The 9-time winner came away racing 5th at about 6 off the pace as they work around that opening turn. Then it is Lil More Kraken who settles along in 6th, about 7 or 8 off the pace. Shanna Delmar is next. Couple links further back, Corning Stone races about a dozen links off the lead as they work around that turn, and Sassy Katie is second last, and at the back of the pack early, it's Forever. As they're really strung out about 15 links top to bottom, they head up the backside in the Fireball Baby. In the quarter on the board for Beach Dancer, 23 and 2. So Beach Dancer shows the way up the backside, a long link to Cicerto from second. Temple Painter, the First Lady winner, racing in third, a couple links in front to Lil Jen in class, who is in fourth. Louder Than Words is fifth as they head up the backside. The half mile on the board, 47. And for Beach Dancer, still leading, Cicerto. Temple Painter now draws a closer third. Here comes Louder Than Words to the outside of Lil Jen in class. Sassy Katie with a wide angle now starting to run. Here comes Corning Stone, white helmet with the blue and white silks, a waiting room. She's splitting horses. She's up into fourth as they race around the turn, 3/4, 113 and 2, and they race towards the top of the home stretch in the Fireball Baby overnight. In Temple Painter in the maroon silks, but way out wide. Here comes the threatening presence of Corning Stone. In between those two, Louder Than Words up the inside. Lil Jen in class inside the furlong grounds. Wow, look at this turn of foot. Corning Stone just ran by them all with a 16th to go. Corning Stone is widening here in the Fireball Baby, and Corning Stone is now a 10-time winner. She's the all-time richest Indiana-bred filly, and she
fortunately today, but still have a very, very good quarter horse finale to close out the Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's going to be an $18,500 allowance for 2-year-old quarter horses who have never won 2 races. But this group is pretty darn good. We've had some horses that have competed against top rivals in the juvenile ranks so far this meet. So let's go to the paddock and take a look and see if we can kind of narrow it down. I'll begin with number 4, and that's Sydney Jack, who's going to make the 5th start of her career for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston. This is a filly by Dulce Sintacha, who's the top first crop stallion in the country in AQHA rankings this year. It's pretty impressive. And she's out of a first down dash mare, so very, very good pedigree for Sydney Jack. Now, she qualified for the $230,000 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity and ended up running 4th in the final, which was contested in August. She's had close finishes against some really, really good horses. Jockey Rolando Pino will guide this filly, and I think she's going to get one more win for the Tim family in our finale. That's my prediction. All right, let's go next to number 10, and that's Sizzling Ivory. Showed another dimension, in my opinion, on September 25th when she broke her maiden in gate-to-wire fashion. Just complete professionalism from this Ivory James filly, who was bred by Sherry Miller and trained by Claudio Barazza. Eric Escueda, who came in on Saturday to ride for Barazza, did a terrific job. Oh, I was still looking at that replay and saying, who won that race? It was crazy, but it was the incomparable Mr. Michael, a horse that has pretty much won championships every year since he was a 2-year-old. So anyway, I think Sizzling Ivory, drawing from the outside post, has a really good chance in this race as well. All right, now Sherry Miller bred another really quality filly by the name of Blackberry Kiss, number 1 Blackberry Kiss. And she broke her maiden earlier last month for Claudio Barazza as well. She's sired by Kiss My Hawks. You guys know how I feel about that horse, who was a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old and continues to produce such exceptional horses. You can just see that blazing chestnut gorgeousness, and boy, he can run. And believe me, especially at the big distances. So no problem with the slop, I don't think, for Blackberry Kiss, who will break from the rail under Fernando Morin. So, you know, obviously, again, tested in the Stallion Service Auction Futurity here. She's hit the board in 4 of her 5 starts. She's going to be there as well. A lot of really tough horses in this race. Okay, so I'll round up my top 4 with number 2, and that's Remember the Queen, trained by Tim Eggleston. So he's got 2, as does Claudio, in this race. Now, she qualified for the $172,000 Heartland Futurity that took place earlier in the meet, closer to July. She's a filly by Cyber Monday. She followed that with a nice maiden-breaking score the next month, but then, she threw in a really, really tough result in her trial for the Governor's Stake, which took place last month. She reared in the gate and never got out. So that's the only question mark. I really feel she's quality filly. She's very fast. She's done well, but you can't sometimes explain those things. So probably she's had some schooling, and she's got Eduardo Diaz, who's our leading rider, in the saddle. So I can't dismiss her by any means. Hopefully she'll have her good girl behavior today instead of whatever that was in her trial for the Governor's Stake. All right, so I go 4-10, 1-2 in the finale, but because it's such a deep, incredible field, I'm throwing in a long shot to complete your quarter horse pentafecta, and that's going to be number 9, Eos Maggie May. She actually broke her maiden September 3rd for trainer James Bratton, and then she was entered in a Miss Roxy Little Futurity trial, and the same trial as the eventual winner, and that was Rockin' the Beach for Eggleston, who was just incredible. So if you get beat by the horse that won the richest futurity of the season at Horseshoe Indy, I'm certainly not going to hold it against the horse, and that would be Eos Maggie May, number 9. All right, well, that's it for me. Good luck this afternoon. We will be back tomorrow before we close out our week and let everybody enjoy a marvelous Breeders' Cup.
2-year-olds stepping trackside for the 10th end final for this Wednesday afternoon. 2-year-olds, which have never won 2 in their life, 350 yards is the distance. Field of 10 set to go here. Win, place, show. Exacta, try, super, pentafecta wagering. Post time in just a couple of minutes. The juveniles have turned. They are approaching the starting gate here as the rain really starts to fall over this Shelbyville Oval. Field of 10 here, 9 for 5 on Sydney Jack. Mr. Blood Carver, the gray for Tony Cunningham and L.D. Martinez. Again, Daniel Martinez up top, 4.5 to 1. Up comes Remember the Queen. Tim Eggleston looking for another on the Wednesday scoreboard. Cyber Streak in the Ron Raper pink political winner going forward. Looks like the rig's going to be on battle. As Sydney Jack walking up 2 to 1 favorite in the blue and white. Sizzling Ivory to the outside. Sizzling Ivory coming up. Standing room only here for the 2-year-old quarter horses. They're at the post. They are racing. Quick beginning for Sydney Jack, also striking the front. Mr. Blood Carver to the extreme outside. Sizzle and Ivy, and lunging up the inside. Blackberry Kiss. Late on the scene, the gray Mr. Blood Carver. It's Sydney Jack reaching up and after the lead. Lunging up Cyber Streak. Sydney Jack, Cyber Streak. These two in a photo! Nostrils apart. Remember the Queen was right there to the inside. Sydney Jack to the outside. Remember the Queen may have got the better of Bob for Tim Eggleston, but Sydney Jack, the stablemate, was right there in that photo finish too. Again, photo finish. The stewards have hung the inquiry sign. There's an inquiry into the running of the 10th and final photo finish. Hold 'em all. Nonetheless, inquiry sign has been posted by the stewards looking into the run of the 10th race here. Photo finish in a stewards inquiry. Stand by. The result of the photograph showed that number 2, Remember the Queen, out Bob stablemate number 4, Sydney Jack, finishing third, number 1, Blackberry Kiss. Fourth goes 6, Mr. Blood Carver. And fifth to 10, Sizzlin' Ivory. 2-4-1-6-10, 2-4-1-6-10. Again, these results are unofficial. There is an inquiry in progress. Stand by. Entering the winner's circle, unofficial winner number 2, Remember the Queen, a 2-year-old Bay filly by Cyber Monday out of the FDD Dynasty mare named FDD Candy Queen. Remember the Queen is owned by Kimberly and Roger Beam, trained by Tim Eggleston and Eduardo Diaz, the winning jockey. Again, Luis Luna Diaz. Now, the stewards have concluded their inquiry into the running of the 10th race and took down the sign. There'll be no change, as is. 2-4-1-6-10, as is. Number Number 2, Remember the Queen, the second lifetime victory here. She had a problem in the gate last start, but makes amends today. 8 for 5 to spearhead that Tim Eggleston exacta. And that pentafecta was 241610. 241610. And the 10th is official, $543, $23 on the winner. 2-4 exacta, $14.80. The try, $23.25. The late double, $14.40. Dime super, $27.28. The pick 3, $30.90. Dime pentafecto, $91.35 for that 2-4-1-6-10 winning combination. Well, race fans, that wraps up this 10-race card for a wonderful Wednesday afternoon of racing into the evening here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Live racing returns tomorrow with a 9-race card, a 210 post. Stick around. The fun doesn't stop here. Live gaming action over next door in the casino. Also simulcast action continuing from tracks around the country in there as well. From all of us here at the track, thanks for tuning in or coming out. And when leaving the facility, please do so safely. Good night. They are racing. Quick beginning for Sydney Jack, also striking the front, Mr. Blood Carver to the extreme outside, Sizzling Ivy, and lunging up the inside, Blackberry Kiss. Late on the scene, the gray, Mr. Blood Carver. It's Sydney Jack reaching up and after the lead, lunging up Cyber Streak. Sydney Jack, Cyber Streak, these two in a photo! Nostrils apart, Remember the Queen.